Dave Young. Where's Dave Young? Dave Young, did you get the message? We'd all stand and face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time I'd like to call upon Councilmember Betty Price to recognize Mr. Young, who's leaving, and present a matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As David Young returns to the lectern, I'd like to ask him to present to us the Memorial Day highlights.
Dr. Price, thank you. Mayor and Council, we, as the Memorial Day Committee, would like to thank you for your past support with our Memorial Day ceremony. This will be actually the 18th annual Memorial Day ceremony this year. The Roswell Remembers Memorial Day ceremony, Monday, May 25th. This year, our speaker will be Mrs. Christina Olds, who is the daughter of World War II and Vietnam ace fighter pilot Brigadier General Robin Olds. Robin Olds was a triple ace with a combined total of 16 victories in World War II and Vietnam. Our speaker, Christina Olds, holds a Vassar College BA in English and Creative Writing and compiled her father's writings in Fighter Pilot, the memoirs of legendary ace Robin Olds, When Thunder Rolled, and also Palace Cobra. We will also have the Chattahoochee Celtic Pipe and Drum as usual, the Atlanta Wind Symphony, military memorabilia, and of course the barbecue with the Chuck Nation Band on the grounds of City Hall after the ceremony. If we can at this time, we'd like to cue it up and show you about a 5-minute promotional video clip, if we can.
The old men struggled to their feet, the anthem at the end of its first stanza, leaning on each other as in years gone by. Caps off, held gently over their hearts, hair thin and wispy, moving with the breeze. Bodies erect, they stand in silent reverence. Their caps bear the names from long ago, places where history was made: Normandy, Bastogne, Corregidor, Okinawa. They remember another time, another place. They gave their blood, their sweat, and their youth. Their friends gave the last full measure, asking not for praise or for thanks, asking only that you honor their friends. Remember why, and never forget the old men.
Welcome to Roswell's Memorial Day celebration. Today is the day to remember all those men and women who gave their lives to secure our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
So as we recommit ourselves to honor all those who died in our defense, let us also promise to recognize and thank those family members whose lives go on with an absence felt each day. And as we gather to celebrate today, what better way to celebrate the lives of those courageous heroes throughout our nation's history than to celebrate that for which they fought and died, to celebrate the principles of individual freedom and opportunity, to celebrate a nation that has promoted the greatest level of the pursuit of happiness for the greatest number of people that the world has ever known. Never forget these blessings and those who have made it possible.
There's a picture of my grandfather sitting on the shattered wing of his B-25. The picture was taken by his crew chief, Paul Leonard. You see, my grandfather was pretty down that morning. He felt the mission was a failure. Paul tried to cheer him up. "You know, boss," Paul said, "they're going to promote you to general." Granddad smiled and said, "They're going to take my airplane away." "Boss," Paul persisted, "they're going to give you the Medal of Honor." Gramps shook his head and said, "I'll be lucky to get a paid vacation in Leavenworth." Then Paul turned to my grandfather and said, "You know, boss, they're going to give you another airplane. And when they do, I want to fly with you." My grandfather told me that was the highest compliment he's ever received. His plane was in pieces, scattered over the top of a mountain in China. And here was this young man who still wanted to fly with him. Paul Leonard was right, you know. Gramps was promoted to general before he left China. And he was awarded the Medal of Honor, a medal he accepted on behalf of all of the Raiders.
So we really do want to thank you for our partnership. It's worked so wonderfully in the past, and hope we carry this on for some time in the future. So thanks so much.
Well, you need to remind people of the upcoming event now that we've just honored them with giving them the preview.
It'll be May 25th, always the last Monday in May. And if you like helping set up or take down, we can always use that both days. So come out and enjoy the special day.
May 25th, and what time does it begin?
Ceremony start sharply at 11. Displays are open at 10. And then the ceremony is over about roughly 12 o'clock for barbecue and the band. So
and I encourage everyone to come. There is no better day to way to spend Memorial Day than at here at Roswell City Hall. And I encourage you in particular bring young family members, because there is it's a stirring day. It's a great day for young folks to meet our heroes. So I encourage everyone to come. Let's have one more hand for the Memorial Day Committee. They
Thanks
do a
so
great
much.
job for City Roswell. Next, we're here to honor our Public Works people, and so I have a proclamation to read on their behalf. Whereas public works services provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives, and whereas the support and understanding of informed citizens is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs such as water, streets, public buildings, and solid waste collection, and whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends upon these facilities and services. And whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skills of the public works officials. And whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff our public works, environmental, transportation, community development, and building operations department is materially influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. And whereas the City of Roswell will observe a National Public Works Week with the following events: Touch a Truck event on May 16th, and a breakfast and a lunch for employees. Now therefore I, Jerry Wood, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim the week of May 17th through May 23rd as National Public Works Week in the City of Roswell, and I call upon all of our citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works services and to recognize the contributions of our public works officials make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. And with that, I'd like to call upon Rich Depolito, who is liaison to our Public Works Department, if not to our, but not our Transportation Department, but I'll give him the privilege of introducing these gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our Director of Public Works is Dan Skalski. He's new to the City of Roswell and doing a fine job for us. You've been here for 4 months?
And counting.
And counting. All right. Welcome, and thanks for a great job. Our Director of Transportation, Steve Asenbrack, who's been here for his second tour of duty and also doing a fine job. And Mark Wolf, who is our newly appointed Assistant or Deputy Director, I always trip up on that, Deputy Director of Community Development. And Mark's been in that position now for 6 months?
8 months.
8 months. All right, time flies when you're having fun. Well, you all do a great job, and thank you so much. You all are what it takes to keep the city running. So there's a lot of things that go on within the city, both internally and externally, and there's a lot of infrastructure that has to be maintained and built. And a lot of the things that happen are in the ground, nobody sees, but you guys are hard at work making sure all those things are running efficiently, making sure our roadways are running efficiently, and we really appreciate that. Would you like to say a few words?
On behalf of the employees in our department, and I believe the others, just thank you very much for the city's recognition of the work in Public Works. This year's theme is Community Begins Here, and that's what we think about Public Works. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Let's have a hand for our Public Works Department. Thank you, gentlemen. Next is a proclamation for Bike Month. I want to begin by recognizing Bike Roswell, who has been a big part of Roswell becoming a bicycle-friendly community, and also Rambo, the Roswell Alpharetta Mountain Biking Association. Gentlemen, if y'all will come forward. Whereas for more than a century, the bicycle has been an important part of the lives of most Americans. And whereas today, millions of Americans engage in bicycling as an environmentally sound form of transportation, an excellent form of fitness, and provides quality family recreation. And whereas the education of cyclists and motorists as to the proper and safe operation of bicycles is important to ensure the safety and comfort of all users. And whereas the League of American Bicyclists and independent cyclists throughout our state are promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operations and safety education in an effort to reduce accidents, injuries, and fatalities. And whereas the City of Roswell has been named a bronze-level bicycle-friendly community by the League of American Bicyclists, now therefore I, Jerry Wood, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2015 as Bike Month, and the week of May 11th to May 15th as Bike to Work Week, and May 15th as National Bike to Work Day in the City of Roswell, and ask all of our citizens to participate and enjoy cycling and embrace Roswell as a bicycle-friendly community. And I would begin by inviting all of to join us on a Bike to Work Day. We're starting at Roswell Area Park. And we haven't decided on the destination. There was a recommendation that we stop for beignets or something else that was equally healthy to cap off our Ride to Work Day. So Councilmember Price, I know you're close by and you've ridden with us before. And Councilman Orleans, if you want to bring your motorcycle, we'll let you bring your motorcycle even if you're not up to riding a bicycle. So, and anybody else wants to join us, what time are we meeting at Roswell Area Park?
7:30.
7:30.
Friday.
Friday, this Friday.
Yes.
And I will be there in, maybe not in spandex, but I will be there on my bicycle to join everyone. Anything else y'all gentlemen wish to add to all of that?
I would say that we had a very...
Introduce yourself.
I'm Doug Fallon with Bike Roswell, and we had a very successful bike walk to school day this past, Wednesday. We had 5 schools participate, and I don't know them off the top of my head, but that's our record for us. Second in the state? Or, wow, great.
I want to also thank everyone who participated in the criterium. End of April, it was a beautiful weather. I think it was our biggest turnout for the mayor's ride.
It was,
And
yes.
raised a little money for Bike Roswell. And Rambo, the week before, had an event at the Big Creek Park, and look forward to even bigger things next year. So let's have a hand for Rambo and Bike Roswell and all the cyclists. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anything else to add? Gentlemen, you're dismissed. You can bicycle home.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have a nomination of Becky Hawkins to the Roswell Arts Commission. Is there a motion to confirm that appointment? Motion to approve by Councilmember Eichelhardt. I think I heard a second from Councilmember Price. All in favor raise their hands. Passes unanimously. Next, we have the first reading of the 2016 budget and approval of the millage rate. So if we would read the budget, the first reading.
Thank you. This is an ordinance adopting a budget for the fiscal year 2016 for each fund of the City of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to Article 6, Chapter 6 of the Charter of the City, beginning July 1st, 2015, and ending June 30th, 2016, appropriating the amount shown in each budget as expenditures, adopting the item of anticipated funding sources, prohibiting expenditures to exceed appropriations, and prohibiting expenditures from exceeding actual funding sources, and amending the Code of Ordinances to effectuate such adoption. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following ordinance. The City of Roswell, Georgia hereby adopts an expenditure budget for fiscal year 2016, said budget being described below and shown on Schedule A for each fund of the City of Roswell, Georgia. General Fund, $68,355,599. Confiscated Assets Fund, $225,304. E911 Fund, $2,094,161. Impact Fee Fund, $2,586,600. Cemetery Fund, $23,500. Hotel Motel Fund, $1,083,113. Lita Thompson Rental Fund, $97,692. Capital Projects Fund, $11,022,669. Debt Service Fund, $1,763,688. Water Sewer Fund, $3,406,415. Stormwater Fund, $3,765,917. Solid Waste Fund, $9,806,701. Recreation Participation Fund, $5,025,838. Workers' Compensation Fund, $564,496. Group Benefit Fund, $7,250,256. Risk Liability Fund, $1,175,625. Fleet Services Fund, $718,715. And Grants Fund of $415,187 for a grand total of $119,381,476. A millage rate of 5.455 mils is hereby established as part of the proposed budget based on the estimated digest of Fulton County. The millage rate has a component of 5.055 mils for the general fund, operating and capital improvements budget, and a component of 0.400 mils for servicing bonded indebtedness. The millage rate may require adjustment upon approval of a certified tax digest for tax year 2015. This budget fixes the number of budgeted full-time positions of the city at 604. Mayor and council adopt a capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2016 through 2020 as attached hereto and incorporated herein as Schedule B. This plan does not indicate any promise of appropriations for future years. This plan may only be modified through action of the mayor and city council. Mayor and council further approve the reappropriation of all approved capital project, grant revenue, grant funding, and contingency funding that is unspent or uncollected and available as of June 30th, 2015, along with the reprogramming of $213,083 identified from current capital projects as attached hereto as Schedule C. Mayor and council further approved the reappropriation of all unspent 2015 firefighter fees to continue to fund firefighter staffing at 28 personnel for fiscal year 2016. Mayor and council further approved the reappropriation of $36,870 of unspent Roswell Arts Commission funding and $75,000 of unspent Roswell Downtown Development Authority funding for fiscal year 2016. If approved, this will be the first reading of the ordinance.
At this time, I will open it up to the council for additions and deletions to this budget. The council may make additions and deletions, and we'll try to track this. It's important to me that at the end of the day, that expenses do not exceed revenues. So, does Kevin have a presentation to make on request of council for addition and deletions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a brief presentation. It'll just be a very high-level summary of the general fund, followed by the all-fund summary for the citywide. Go through one more time the citywide one-time capital, and then get to the suggested add deletes that we received from council as of today. Again, I wanted to highlight the budget principles. These budget principles upon which the annual budget stands. Again, the general fund has a balanced budget. We start with the revenues, and operating expenditures and maintenance capital are balanced to the projected revenues. The reserves or fund balance are used only for the use of one-time capital, the investment in one-time capital for the city. The city maintains a reserve of 3 months of operating expenditures. That amount for FY 2016 as proposed is $14.6 million in the general fund. This proposed budget has no increase in the combined property tax rate, leaves the millage rate at 5.455 mils, and it maintains all current level of services. The general fund projected revenues as proposed are $65.3 million. The majority, 69%, come from the sum of sales tax at projected $23.0 million and property tax projected $22.3 million. General fund expenditures, as proposed, are $68.6 million, with the highest expenditures within the departments being the police department at $17.3 million, recreation and parks at $11.3 million, transportation at $11 million, and administration at $9.2 million. So the general fund is balanced at $68,592,469. I want to point out on the revenue side, this does include $213,083 reprogramming for current completed capital projects from prior years that just came in under budget. Again, on the expenditure side, balanced at the same amount, with a general fund investment in maintenance capital of $6.588 million and a general fund investment in one-time capital at $3.573 million. The all-fund summary, citywide projected revenues of $119.8 million. $7.2 million of that is use of fund balance, mostly for one-time capital. And the expenditures at $119.4 million, again with citywide investment in one-time capital of $6.5 million and citywide investment in maintenance capital of $8.5 million. Just hitting some of the other funds, I have several of them listed here. I'm just going to touch on a few. The E911 fund is balanced at $2.094 million with a proposed use of $185,000 of fund balance. Hotel Motel fund is balanced at $1.083 million with a proposed use of $229,000 of fund balance. Water Sewer fund has proposed expenditures of $3.406 million. Stormwater fund proposed expenditures of $3.766 million. Again, the proposed use of fund balance of $636,000. You can see the rest of the funds there. Again, it balances to my previous slide, total use of funds $119,381,476. Again, just to walk through the proposed citywide one-time capital projects for FY 2016. Again, as proposed, there's a citywide investment in one-time capital of $6.539 million. Transportation Department has the largest component, with their largest project as proposed being the Sun Valley Phase 1 construction and $3.5 million and $250,000 for sidewalk connectivity. Community Development has a one-time capital as proposed for East-West Alley Phase 1 Option 2, total of $800,000. $500,000 of that is proposed to come from the general fund, $100,000 from the solid waste fund, and $200,000 from the stormwater fund. Police Department has several one-time capital projects, the largest of which is the TDMA compliant radio units. This is to continue a multi-year ongoing project, the amount of $422,900. Also proposed is to equip 4 new police officers with vehicles and radios in the amount of $222,000. A new vehicle and radio for a new special investigations lieutenant within the police department, $50,500. $19,385 for intelligence gathering surveillance equipment, $10,000 to replace the squad room furniture within the police department, and $7,400 to add 6 bicycles to the police bicycle patrol. Fire department, $522,580 to replace all the self-contained breathing apparatus citywide. That project is named Personal Protective Equipment Replacement, and $9,000 for a fire station security upgrade at Fire Station 1. Citywide, a proposed emergency generators project, $350,000 for 2 emergency generators, one at Roswell Area Park and one at East Roswell Area Park. Additional $175,000 in design funding for City Green. Recreation Parks is proposed to continue the ADA compliance at city facilities project in the amount of $25,000. Also to continue implementing the outdoor security cameras for parks at the amount of $40,000, and a new restroom facility at Barrington Hall in the amount of $75,000. And finally, Environmental Public Works, $60,000 for an additional 1-ton dump truck for the Stormwater Division. So again, that completes the overview of the citywide one-time capital. Now we're getting into the add deletes proposals that we've received from council as suggestions. Again, these are received as of today. I've broken it out by fund, so we'll start with the general fund where most of the proposals came from. The general fund was balanced with revenues equal to expenditures. So the only available for reprogramming comes from the suggested deleted items. Again, you'll see that asterisk there. These are all pending city council approval for each suggested item. But we received a total of $525,000 as suggested deleted items from the general fund. To go through those, we received a proposal to delete the funding for the one-time capital emergency generators project in the amount of $350,000. And we received a proposal to delete the funding for the additional design for the City Green project in the amount of $175,000, for a total suggested delete in the general fund of $525,000. The general fund add proposals summed up to $453,130. So again, all of these are pending council approval of each individual item, but as long as all the deletes are taken, then all the adds can be taken and the budget will still be balanced. So to go through these adds.
We're going to be taking this up one with council, so I don't think we need to cover them all at this time.
Sure, yes sir. The list is there?
The list is there, and we'll go over them one by one with council.
Yes sir. And then just to highlight, there was an additional change proposal that we can go through. And then there were 2 add proposals received for the hotel motel fund. And as the mayor said, if it's your pleasure, we can go through them individually. And that's the end of my presentation, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so the first thing I'd like the council to turn to is the proposal for deletions, because that will tell us if our goal is to balance the budget, how much additional is available. Councilmember Eichelhart.
I have a question on that specifically. When we're looking, I know it's all general fund, but when we're looking at some items versus others, are not the delete proposals all one-time capital? Can that offset operating? Or are we in the right funds, I guess, within the general fund?
Yes, sir. It is within the same fund. You're absolutely right. Both these deletes are in one-time capital. Some of the adds are one-time capital, but some are not. Because it's all in the same fund, budgetarily what will happen is for each of these deletes, it will reduce the proposed use of current FY16 revenues for current FY16 expenditures. Because now you have about $305,000 of general fund 2016 revenues that are over the kind of operating and maintenance capital. So right now those are rolling into one-time capital. So by reducing the total amount spent for one-time capital, it'll free up those revenues for the additional operating expenditures or maintenance capital.
Okay, thanks for the yes answer. To what I think I wanted there, but I understand. Do you have a question or maybe a suggestion for the mayor? We haven't really worked out how we would do this, that because there are things that I don't know we're all on board for, and we may not have full information for, we have the second reading for the millage rate on Monday, the 18th. If we might suggest getting more information from either any of us who put in the suggestion, other suggestion, or full information from Ryan.
If Councilmember Eichelhardt, in your position as the head of administration, it falls upon you to make the motion. So I would suggest we can, that there are two general possibilities here. If you believe that it would be productive to have a further discussion with council at a work session, there can be you can either pass this with the idea that we're going to, it's just the first reading, we can change it for the first reading. If we deferred it, the motion on the first reading, what would that do to our timing?
I would say we pass it, but that we defer this part of the.
You could pass it with the understanding that we're not giving up our adds and deletes. We're going to have a work session and a further discussion. You could suggest that to council, that they pass it and reserve debate on the adds delete until the work session and the vote. You could make that request.
That would be my suggestion. I just think I don't know if we want to have a full discussion when we don't necessarily all know the details right now.
But we can find, if you will make a motion to pass with a reserving adds and deletes for work session in the second, then see if you get a second.
That sounds good. Would that be appropriate to do right now?
Yes, sir.
There may be some questions though, but I'll go ahead and make a motion if you would like.
We'll entertain questions before Councilmember Eichelhardt makes a motion, but really try to address his motion and then we'll move on. Councilmember Wynn.
I think first and foremost is what date and how much time is it going to take to do this? Because there's a lot of adds and deletes.
Right, I thought I said the 18th, which is when we're having the next millage hearing anyway, at 6:30.
Do you want us to have it after the millage rate hearing?
Either before or after. I would suggest 6:30 is the current scheduled. I would say come at 5:30.
Well,
or do you want to spend 2 hours now?
Councilmember Eichelhardt, I have a feeling it's going to take more than an hour to go through all these adds and deletes, because I think you're looking at 7 people that have some favorites that they, some favorite pet projects that they would like to see, or maybe there's a project that they don't want to see, and I'm just concerned that an hour is not going to be.
Perhaps we could do this. We could start at 5:30. We can recess the work session for a hearing at 6:30 on the millage rate hearing, and which would be a short hearing, and then we could reconvene and work until y'all, as long as you can stand it, on the rest of those until we wear you down.
Just bring me chocolate and Dr. Pepper and I'll be happy, so that's fine with me. But I just want to make sure that whatever we schedule, it is going to give us, everyone, enough time to be able to absorb what we're doing. I mean, this is really great here that we can look at, but give everybody enough time to be able to really look at something and make the what they've had most informed decision. So that's
Eichelhardt will consider that request when he makes his motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions or comments regarding Councilmember Eichelhardt's proposal to pass the first reading and reserve discussion of adds and deletes until the 18th? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. I guess there are a lot of items on here that a lot of changes I would not support. So, with the information I have today, so I'd appreciate it if staff could do a little bit of research and make sure they understand what the adds and deletes are, and make sure we have enough information at this work session to make it productive. I don't want to have them go back after the work session, so if they can be prepared at the work session, that'd be helpful.
Assuming I get a motion in a second, I am going to have a public hearing on the budget in general, because people may have come tonight to ask questions or express an opinion on the budget as presented, so we will have a public hearing regardless of the motion in the second. Councilmember Orleans.
Yeah, I think I agree with Councilmember Eichelhardt that instead of going through it tonight and maybe taking, who knows, an hour, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, because we don't all have the same opinions, I think it would work better this way to do it at a work session and have the information more detailed so that I think then we could make quicker decisions as well.
Any more comments
I'd be willing to
on
second
the
the
proposed motion? Councilmember Price.
I suspect if there are people who came here this evening to discuss the budget, they may or may not be interested in the add deletes, so I would favor at least an overview of the adds deletes as was about to be read, so that that can be in the record and part of tonight's, because it's not in our packet, and I don't know that it's part of the agenda, but if it were entered into the record, I would appreciate it.
We will include an overview of the adds and deletes after we entertain this motion before the public hearing. So we'll get to that. I will assure you that will be done. Any other questions or comments regarding Councilmember Eichelhardt's proposal for his motion? Councilmember Eichelhardt, what is your motion?
I suggest or move that we approve the first reading of the budget, but hold the add and delete discussion and vote until the 18th.
Well, that will be a work session.
Where we have a work session on the 18th beginning at 5:30 prior to the millage rate hearing.
And the final reading, currently scheduled, Kay, would be May 27th?
As currently scheduled, correct.
Unless, if we can resolve it all by then, that'd be great, but that's when we would be voting on the add delete. The first time we would be taking a vote on the add delete. We'll be discussing in a work session.
Correct.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Wynn. Before we vote on that, we're going to have a public hearing. And I would like to begin that public hearing with a presentation of the adds and deletes that we skipped over.
Yes, sir. So again, I've already covered them, but the general fund, there's two delete proposals. One is to delete the funding for the one-time capital emergency generators project in the amount of $350,000. The other is to delete the one-time capital proposal, $175,000 in additional funding for the City Green project. The general fund add proposals. There's a proposal to add funding of $100,000 for a signature festival. A proposal to add $100,000 of funding for a connectivity grant program. An add proposal for $75,000 in funding to expand the scope of the River Parks Master Plan. An add proposal for funding of $75,000 for the city's 50% contribution towards a whirlpool at the Adult Recreation Center Therapeutic Pool. An add proposal funding of $50,000 to the Downtown Development Authority for a study on parking and stormwater in the downtown area. Add proposal additional $25,000 of funding for Roswell Inc. to come from the general fund. An add proposal additional $18,130 of funding for the Roswell Arts Commission. And an add proposal $10,000 funding for holiday lights on public property, for a total of general fund add proposals of $453,130.
Question.
There's a general fund.
Hold on, there's Councilman Orleans.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kevin, just wanted to clarify what you just read for Roswell Inc. of $25,000 and Hotel Motel Fund for $25,000. And you said out of the general fund. I thought that was just strictly in the Hotel Motel Fund.
There are two add proposals. You're right. There is one in the Hotel Motel Fund for $25,000 and an additional one coming out of general fund to increase the total proposed funding for $50,000 between the two funding sources.
Okay, just want to clarify.
Yes, sir.
Weren't the same thing. Thank you.
Councilmember Price.
Excuse me, I think there was one addition that was overlooked, and that may have been a confusion, because Ms. Love and I had a conversation about it, but it was regarding a parking lot at Allen Brook as the additional entrance to the national park. So I didn't see that, or did I just overlook it?
Yes, ma'am. That is something that staff will bring back to the work session. We did have that in our list, but we have been unable to come up with a good cost estimate for it, which is why it's not shown here with a number next to it. But we do have that in our list, and we will work to have a cost estimate at the work session.
I don't see it on the list. Can we put a placeholder there?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Please proceed.
Yes, sir. There's a...
But also, did I see was the design for the bridge in there also, or did it get taken out?
That was in... We had the same issue for a cost estimate on that one, but you're right. The two additional on our list are for the funding for the paving at the parking lot at Allenbrook, and the additional funding for.
I'm sorry, can you start over?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, but both of those additional ad proposals we were unable to come up with cost estimates for. But again, to read them for the record, it was the funding for the paving of the parking lot at Allenbrook and funding for the design of the pedestrian bridge at Lover's Leap. And we will bring cost estimates for both of those to the work session, assuming the motion
I know that
passes.
there was a wide range of possibilities in that.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
originally the amount was in the nature of 30,000 for that
Mhm.
parking lot, and then suddenly it went over 200,000, which of course would put us in the hole, which
Right.
of course we can't do. But when it was at the range of 30,000, then it was certainly within this budget.
Yeah.
And I'm just surprised that someone just took it out arbitrarily when it had been a request. And the same thing with the design of the bridge, which the estimate from the National Park Service was that the bridge would be in the realm of well, certainly between 100 and 300,000. And if you said the design would be about 1/10 of that on average, then that again would still bring us in under budget. So
Yes, ma'am.
again, I'm disappointed that that was removed.
Just a general comment to council, I am not encouraging it, but this budget is open until adds or deletes until it's passed. So whether it's tonight or at the work session or at the last vote, this council has the option to add or delete. I just hope you keep it balanced.
Yes, well, but when you ask for something to be put in a week ago and suddenly arbitrarily it's taken out, I find that just a little disconcerting.
Please proceed.
Yes, sir. There's a change proposal, no net dollar difference within the general fund to change the proposed $25,000 funding for Progress Partners and fund half of it, $12,500, with an additional $12,500 held in contingency for future issuance by mayor and council. And there's two ad proposals within the Hotel Motel Fund. One is for an additional $25,000 funding for Roswell Link. As we've already discussed, this is separate from the general fund ad proposal, and an additional $31,829 in funding for the CVB, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, for advertising and payroll-related items, for a total ad proposal in the Hotel Motel Fund of $56,829.
Does that complete the adds and deletes list?
Yes, sir.
As currently available with council members' prices. Reminder that there's also an Allenbrook parking and a bridge over Big Creek on
Yes,
National
sir.
Park property.
Yeah, with those two that were left off this list, that completes all of them we've received to date.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to open it up for the general public if they've got any comments or questions regarding the budget. There is a 5-minute time limit on your questions. If you'll come forward, please, and give us your name and address, we'll be trying to answer your questions and respond to your comments.
Janet Russell, 260 Willow Springs Drive, Roswell. I'm kind of calling back what I remembered that you approved 2 weeks ago, and as you know, I have a very good memory. So I want to know, and someone can send me this information, I'm glad to see that you want to delete $175,000 from the City Green Design Project, because about 2 weeks ago you approved $387,000 to design it. I believe it was at the work session when you charged whatever the name of that company is, Mr. John Fish is the head of it, with a projected end time of August 1st, which means they start in March and get done in August. And if you add 175 to 387, you're paying these people about $600,000 for 5 months worth of work. I think that's really, really exorbitant, especially since a year ago I gave you a plan for free that has met with resounding approval from every person I have ever shown it to, but was rejected even to be looked at by anyone on City Council except Councilwoman Price. I am still waiting for you to take a look at my plan, which I offered and worked with an architect and certified urban planner to create for this city. I also, regarding Roswell Inc. and an additional $25,000, I have a question, and again, the gentleman who's the money guy that just spoke, I would like to know, to date, since Roswell Inc., which formerly was the Roswell Business Alliance, was funded. I guess you gave them about $450,000 one day at a business meeting, and they're supposed to report every year how they've progressed. I'd like to know how much we've paid Roswell Inc. since they bore Roswell Business Alliance to date, and why we need to pay them $25,000 more. Also, I don't know why we have to pay the DDA $50,000 to examine stormwater management and parking on Highway 9. They're all volunteers. They sat at a business meeting that I attended and cried poor mouth that they didn't have enough money, that they would need more money, but I have never seen what they're spending their money on because they're all volunteers, but they are also realtors and developers. I also remember that last week you talked, or 2 weeks ago, about spending $80,000 for a piece of art in front of the firehouse. And I suggest that you make the actual firehouse the work of art, and that you contact that little trade school we have down on North Avenue, which is one of the finest architectural engineering schools in the country, and ask some of their graduate students to have a project and create the most fabulous firehouse that people would want to see, and actually make the prize $50,000 so that they could pay for their master's degrees. And you know what? The PR around this country, for this city, for what they would do for local universities, you can't buy that. So you want to pay $80 grand for a piece of art in front of a firehouse, but you pay our firemen $14.80 an hour and keep them at part-time status, and they don't get benefits. All I can say is, what the hell are you people thinking? Now, I remember quite clearly when you approved $200,000 to pay by 8/10 of 1 acre near Allenbrook. You subdivided that historical property. The mayor was not here. He was out of town. And I questioned why we were paying $200,000 for 8/10 of 1 acre, but that didn't include the construction of the parking. And yet across this, but it was going to be for 15 parking spaces. It was quite clear in your motion and what you voted on. And I asked you how in good conscience you could spend $200,000 on 8/10 of 1 acre so that people could drive there to use the park, but people who live across the street can't get there because we don't have sidewalks or crosswalks for 2 miles. So I'm really disturbed by this budget. I know you will jockey it around and you will make everything seem right because you're really good at, you know, it's like, you ever been in New York when the guy is out there with the peas underneath the things and you find where it is? That's what you do. But the other thing is you want to spend $40,000 on a study to determine if you don't pay your employees enough money. It seems to me that if you have to do a study about that, you already know the answer. Why don't you just take the money and give it to our hardworking employees? Do a study. Have them drop in the box. Where do you live? Why don't you live in Roswell? Well, they can't afford it based on the meager wages you pay them. And every Friday when they go home with their paycheck, they go and spend their money in Woodstock and Canton and Norcross and Duluth. So all those Roswell tax dollars that we pay them, gladly, they work hard, leave our city to go somewhere else to be spent. So all I can say is, I'm the messenger again, folks, 43 years and counting. You know I have a memory like an elephant, and I can't imagine why you would be spending money like this. It's, as I told someone, they're like drunken sailors on shore leave.
Would anyone else wish to have any questions or comments regarding the budget? Yes, sir, come forward, please, if you'll give him your name and address.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, City Council. My name is Marcelo Zapata, 8625 Woodledge Lane, Roswell, Georgia, 30076. I was going through the proposed budget, department by department, how was all allocated in terms of money-wise and percentages. And I noticed under administration department, there were 3, like citywide general fund, which is 32% of the total department budget, which is 9% of the total budget. The general fund without any specific allocation of the expenses. catch my attention the amount of money without more explanation about that. The second, the group benefit fund, which is 21%, which is 6% of the total budget, and the capital project fund, which is 11%, which is around 3% of the total budget without much explanation. I understood on the other departments regarding the capital projects, so I can imagine how they will be allocated, but on the administration department, it's not very clear for me how it's going to be allocated this amount, which is pretty noticeable and big. And I don't know if it could be explained now or later.
Well, the first suggestion would be this was a summary budget. Kay, is there a more detailed budget? I'm not sure you had an opportunity to read that.
Yes, sir. There is a more detailed budget document that's online. Have you seen that one?
No, but I see that the general fund is a lot of money, and it's going to be, I imagine, allocated to departments as well, right?
Yes, sir. I believe.
So why is so big and not just explicit, divided between the different departments that they will receive these funds for different projects? For
Well, that's, as the mayor said, this is a summary budget presentation tonight, but in that more detailed document, it does provide greater detail by department. Mr. Klosterbauer, who's sitting on the front bench there, can probably answer your questions in detail.
Okay.
Because the mayor and council don't have that detail up here in front of them, so they're not going to be able to address the question. But all of those percentages are broken down. There's line items in there by department, and we can get you whatever information that you would like to see regarding the budget.
Kay, where would he go online to get the detailed budget?
It's on the website under FY 2016 proposed budget.
Mm-hmm.
Now, after reviewing the details of the budget, if he has additional questions, who could he address those to?
He can call me, he can call Kevin Klosterbauer. If you call the city's main number and ask to either speak to budget or to me, we can set up a meeting with you.
I presume you could also email a question to Kevin.
Absolutely.
And Kevin, not your personal email address, but do you have an official government email address in which folks that had questions about the budget could send that inquiry to?
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is, your official email?
Long last name.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I have a long last name, so the easiest way would probably be to look up on the city's website. But if people want to jot it down, my email address is Klosterbauer, KLOSTERBOER @roswellgov.com.
But they can also look at your position up on the organizational chart.
Yes, sir.
And you're open to inquiry.
Absolutely.
Any specific questions you may have?
No, what just the surprised by the amount of under administration that I imagine will go anywhere between the other departments. I didn't know that the administration department will have that much expended in terms of capital project funds or group benefit funds or general funds.
But generally, if there's no specific pot to put it in, it goes into admin. So, for example, the group benefits fund for all the employees. No?
No.
Kay, maybe you can give a better answer than
Mr.
that.
Zapata, administration actually is a department, so it's not like overhead. So in administration, we have all of our court services, we have building operations, we have legal, we have community relations, we have our grants, we have human resources. So all of those divisions make up that. So you may be surprised about the dollar amount, but each one of those administrative functions, so they support the other departments, most of them internal to the city. So that's what makes up the administration department. So it doesn't go to other departments. It stands on its own. Yeah. So I think perhaps when you see the detail, it might make a little more sense. And then Kevin or I can certainly answer any additional questions that you have.
Okay. I didn't want to make it like just overhead, be more allocated to department who produce the services and
well, the administration department certainly produces. It's a very important department for the city.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
The council is part of that administration department. Only a small part, but we try our best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments regarding the budget, you'll have an opportunity to be heard at the millage rate hearing and an opportunity to be heard at the second reading on the, what's the date again, Kay? May 27th, there'll be another public hearing. Any additional comments from the floor before I turn to my council? Public hearing is closed. Now, questions from council. Councilmember Price.
Yes, I think that the budget is probably the biggest thing that we do because it certainly prioritizes our interests and things that we want to accomplish. And I hate to see our final budget reading on a Wednesday, which is a night that most people aren't familiar to come to council. And since we don't have to have it done until June 30th, I'm wondering if we could reschedule it to a date in June.
If you wish, you may make a motion.
I would like to move, since we've canceled our work session on June 8th, I would move that we have our second budget reading on Monday, June 8th.
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. On the other hand, if we're having trouble reaching a consensus, you may move again at the second reading for another deferral. Other questions or comments before we move to the next agenda item? Oh, we have to vote. I apologize. Councilmember Eichelhart. The motion is to vote on Councilmember Eichelhart's motion to approve the first reading with a reservation and adds and deletes until the work session and second reading. All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. That's Councilmember Orleans, Eichelhart, Wynn, DiPolito, and Diamond. All opposed. Councilmember Price. Motion passes 5-1. Next on the agenda, the approval of the millage rate at 5.455 mils. We'll read it first, then we'll have a presentation.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to adopt the millage rate. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell wish to establish a millage rate of 5.455. The millage rate has a component of 5.055 mils for the general fund operating and capital improvements budget and a component of 0.400 mils for the servicing bonded indebtedness. The millage rate may require adjustment upon approval of a certified tax digest for the year 2015. If approved, this will be the first reading.
Do we have a presentation to go along with this? Yes, sir. Mr. Klosterberg. You're doing a great job so far.
Thank you. This is going to be a much shorter presentation. Oh, apologies, forgot my clicker. Just kind of go through or to show a 10-year history of the millage rate. Again, as proposed, the millage rate stays the same as 5.455 mils, being the 8th year consecutively for that overall millage rate. And again, just to highlight, the M&O component 5.055 mils and the debt component for debt service on the city's indebtedness of 0.400 mils. And again, just to highlight, this is based on our estimated tax digest, and it may require adjustment upon when we receive the certified tax digest for the tax year 2015.
Does the council have any questions? Well, first let's read. Did we read it already? We've read it. Any questions? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve millage rate, proposed millage rate. First reading.
Motion to approve the first reading by Councilmember Eichelhart. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Diamond. Does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion? Yes. Councilmember Price.
Can you put up that previous slide, please? Okay, I'm very delighted that our millage rate has remained the same, but I am kind of concerned that maintenance operations is creeping up, and without any indebtedness, it doesn't affect the millage rate, which has been flat for, gosh, 5-6 years. But I am concerned, should we take on any other debt in future years, that the millage rate will, by necessity, I suspect, go up. So I just want everybody to be aware of that.
Any other questions? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's important. One thing I noticed, and this slide doesn't portray, I know we saw it in another slide that Kevin had put together for us, was just the operating. And we've been spending quite a bit more in our maintenance and really keeping up with our maintenance obligations over the last few years as we had the ability to do so. If you look at just the operating component, it has only gone up 1% per year for the last 10 years, I believe. Certainly at least 8 years. So I think that's pretty impressive that we've only been going up, even as expenses go up, we've kept the operating expenses going up only 1% a year. So maybe for our next presentation, we can include that slide as well, because I think that's important to see.
Any other comments before we take a vote? Did we have our public hearing? We did, didn't we? Nope. Nobody said anything. Y'all will appreciate your confidence, at least in keeping the millage rate constant. Is the council any further discussion before we take a vote on the millage rate? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. That's the first reading. We still need to take a vote on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion by Councilman Orleans. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Diamond. Does anyone in the audience have any questions regarding the consent agenda? Councilmember Price.
I'd just like to extract, please, items 3 and 4.
Items 3 is the resolution for a transportation investment grant. Item 4 is the change order for Parsons Brinkerhoff to design the Historic Gateway project. Those 3 and 4 are off the agenda, so we're voting on items 1, 2, and 5. Any further discussion by council? All in favor of items 1, 2, and 5, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. We'll call those agenda items as we reach each department. So next on the agenda is the Admin Finance Department. Councilmember Kent Eigelhart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first item is approval to amend the Code of Ordinances, section 22.7.1 through 22.7.12, to allow personal transportation vehicles, also known as golf carts with modifications, to operate on city streets designed with a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. This is the second reading.
Thank you, Councilmember Eigelhart. This is the second reading for this ordinance. There were some changes after the first reading. One of those included going to 5 years on the registration rather than doing it annually, up to $15 a year. And then there was some language that was clarified to show exactly where these vehicles could go and could not go. So those are the changes that were made since the first reading based on comments from the committee.
Do we, Mr. Davidson, would you read the ordinance?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell, Article 22.7, to delete the existing Article 22.7 golf carts and to substitute a new Article 22.7 to allow operation of personal transportation vehicles, motorized carts, as defined by OCGA Section 40-1-1 upon the public roads of the City of Roswell, having a speed limit of 25 miles per hour or less, and to allow the use of personal transportation vehicles, motorized carts, as defined by OCGA Section 40-1-1 upon designated multi-use paths and for other purposes. Now therefore, to accomplish the foregoing, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following amendments to its ordinance regarding regulation of personal transportation vehicles. Article 22.7 of the Roswell Code of Ordinances is hereby deleted in its entirety, and the following is substituted as a new Article 22.7, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the second reading.
So, Mr. Davidson, this is the ordinance to allow golf carts on roads that are posted for 25 miles an hour or less.
That is correct.
When would this golf cart ordinance allow people to register and drive their golf carts on 25-mile-an-hour roads? Less if passed tonight. What would the effective date be?
It says on its adoption, so that would be after today. It says on here.
Well, we would need an amendment tonight to make it effective July 1, if that is the intention of this council. Councilmember Not council member, City Administrator Kay Love.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just from a staff perspective, back when the council made the change from a March 1 effective date to July 1 effective date, that was staff's intent to be ready on July 1. If it's effective, we are not prepared to register and decal and provide that information. We have a public information campaign to get out, so if we could.
We will encourage Councilmember Eichelhardt and
Thank
council to take video on putting it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Eichelhardt, do we have a motion?
Yes, sir, to pass the second reading of this ordinance with the amendment, or with the change on page 7A, number 4. It says the ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from and after the day of its adoption. We change that to shall take effect on July 1, 2015.
There's a motion to approve the second reading by Councilmember Eichelhardt. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Diamond. Does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? Councilmember Orleans.
Am I reading this correct, David? We normally set up a separate resolution for fees in our ordinances, and this has got the fee actually included in the ordinance, from what I'm reading.
Actually, what this says is that the fee will not exceed $15, and that it will be set by a resolution of mayor and council. So this one just sets the max that the fee will be.
Which is state law.
We'll cover
State law changes, we'd have to go through an ordinance to change it. And then on the next section, it actually says in the item summary, it says the registration fee is set in the ordinance at $15 once every 5 years.
I have when we get to that next item, I have that exact clarification that it is up to $15 in the state, so that's what's going to be in the ordinance. And you're correct, Councilman Orleans, we'll do that in the resolution on the next one, and I'm going to ask that you disregard the amount, and we'll set the amount in the ordinance upon approval. Set the amount in the resolution upon your approval of the resolution on the next item.
I think what Councilmember Orleans' point is that is it your point you would rather not limit it in the ordinance?
The $15 shouldn't be in the ordinance.
Would you like to make an amendment to the motion?
I will amend the motion to remove the fee from the ordinance and separate it as a resolution.
Not put the maximum in there.
Right, not put the dollar amount in there, maximum
Is there a
dollar
second on
amount.
Councilman Orleans' motion? Second by Councilmember Diamond? Or when? All right, so we'll be considering that, and we'll be taking 2 votes. Councilmember Price?
That could be cleaned up by fixing 22.713 to just say for a fee not to exceed that allowed by Georgia state law.
Well, that may change too.
Yeah, well, whatever Georgia state law is, that we would,
We'll
as far as our
we'll
ordinance
discuss
goes.
the details of that when we get, unless you'd like to make an additional motion when we get to Councilmember Orland's motion, after we have a public hearing. Did I already ask for comments from the floor yet? No. Is anyone have any comments or questions regarding the golf cart ordinance? Back to council. Councilmember Orleans, there has been a suggestion that your motion be amended. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, even that wording puts specifics in there, then we're based on state law, and if they remove it totally from the state, then what do? We have to come back to an ordinance. So the whole point is that it's a lot easier for adjustments to have it as a resolution rather than the actual law and ordinance of the city.
So again, your language would simply remove the reference to
the maximum the fees in the ordinance, correct.
And there is a second on that. All in favor of Councilmember Orland's motion to remove the reference to the maximum?
Quick question.
We'll entertain a question before we take a vote. Yes, your question.
So is his motion to remove the entire first sentence under 27.7.13 or to insert different wording?
Mr. Orleans, can you clarify?
It is basically for the end of the sentence where it identifies an actual fee.
So how would the
So
sentence
the
now read?
sentence would end,
Just if you'll read the entire sentence without the, after deleting the language you wish to delete.
basically, the owner of a personal transportation vehicle, PTV, must register the PTV with the city once every 5 years, period.
So that is your motion?
Correct.
Is that, and that second confirms the second. So that is the motion we're voting on. Any further discussion before we vote? Councilmember Price.
Then do we also eliminate the word fee from the line 22.7.13, since we're now not talking about fees?
Mr. Davidson, do you have any thoughts on that?
If you read the second sentence there, it provides for the council to set the fees as allowed by state law by resolution. So you can leave the fee terminology in there.
Councilmember Orland's amendment is sufficient. Doesn't create any conflicts or confusion. Any further discussion before we vote on the motion to amend? All in favor of the motion to amend the ordinance to, as proposed by Councilman Orland, to delete the reference to state law, raise their hands. That is Councilman Orland's, that is unanimous. So now we're voting on the motion as amended to approve the second reading, as amended by Councilman Orland, and also as amended by Councilman Eichelhart to change the effective date to July 1st. Any further discussion on that motion as amended? All in favor? That is Councilman Orland's. Are you?
Well, bottom line, on the full motion, I still have reservations
All
on
right,
it, so
so
I'm
I
going
just
to
checked.
abstain on the vote for this one.
Councilman Orland, that is 5 in favor. Councilmember Price, Eichelhart, Wynn, DiPolito, and Diamond, with Councilman Orland's abstaining, passes by a vote of, with a vote of 5.
Next item is the actual resolution to adopt registration policies, forms, and fees for personal transportation vehicles.
Thank you, Councilmember Eichelhart. This is the resolution to allow these personal transportation vehicles on the road. If you will notice in the second paragraph, this resolution adopts the forms necessary for the registration of the PTVs being operated on the streets. So this registration fee that we're talking about is not in the ordinance right now, it was only in there by reference for the $15 limit. Staff will include that $15 amount in the forms as you would approve for $15 once every 5 years by resolution, so that if anything changes, you can change it by resolution. So that would be added into the form.
So as I understand it, if this resolution passes, you can drive, you will have to register your golf cart at a cost of $15. That registration will be good for 15 years, for 5 years.
Yes, sir.
Or until it's transferred. If it's transferred to a new owner, they'll need a new registration, and they'll start with a new 5-year
Yes, sir.
period when they get their registration. Does the council have any questions? Councilmember Price.
Under the penalty clause, it suggests, or it says a fine not to exceed $200 along with court costs. I'm just curious if somebody, already has one of these vehicles, fails to register it, and somebody heavy-handedly goes to the maximum fine, what could court costs be in addition to that?
I don't have the answer to what court costs would be.
I mean,
I don't know the
what are
answer to that.
court costs generally, other than a fine?
I'll have to research that and let you know. I don't know what our court costs would be included.
Other questions? There is a motion. Yes.
Is that something, that's something we normally put in most things, isn't it? Where the court has the option to have court costs covered? So it's not specific to this ordinance. Thank you.
Right. Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. As part of the registration process, we are going to inform people that they need to be 16 years of age or older and hold a valid driver's license, correct?
Correct. We have a full education plan. We'll be having displays of Live After 5. We'll have public meeting here. We'll have a public meeting over at East Roswell. We'll have flyers that we'll put out. Going to be doing some YouTube videos at some point to discuss this also. So we'll try to hit a lot of different avenues, Facebook and Twitter, along with the press release. So we've kind of got a whole list of educational opportunities to let people be aware. Oh, and the website, it's already out on that too.
Okay, yeah, I think that's important, so people know that you have to be 16, have to have a driver's license. There are a limited number of roads that you can drive these on. You're also not allowed to drive them on multi-use trails, so.
Right, unless
I
designated.
think those are important items, and we need to make sure we're constantly reinforcing that so folks understand where they can use them.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Does anyone in the public wish to comment on this $15 registration fee? Any further discussion by council before we take a vote? Councilmember Eichelhart.
Actually, I want to clarify a question from what Michael said. We don't actually have the $15 in here now at all.
Correct.
Can we just add that?
We'll put that into the form if that's what you all are approving, the 15. That'll go on the form, which is adopted by resolution.
Right, but it's not in here now is what I'm saying. That $15 just disappeared, so we need to add that into the
Correct.
resolution.
It'll be added in upon your approval, that's right.
Right. So.
If we approve $15 tonight, it goes in.
Oh, I get that, but there's no wording for that is my point. So Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson, do we need to do any additional, take any additional action?
It would probably be appropriate to add it as part of your motion, to add that to the resolution.
Add what to the resolution?
The $15.
That's what I figured. So that's why I was asking.
Do we need to make a new motion?
Well, we haven't actually even made a motion yet.
Haven't made a motion yet, all right.
So I
Lost.
will make a motion to approve this, but to add in the now therefore section, policies, forms, and fees for PTV sit out in Exhibit A. We had $15 per 5 years.
There's a motion to set the, by resolution, the fee at $15 for a registration to be effective for 5 years by Councilmember Eichelhart. Is there a second? Second. Second by Councilmember Wynn. Does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. That is unanimous. Which brings us to the Community Development Department, Councilmember Liaison Becky Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first one on our agenda tonight, CU2 0150039 with concurrent variance and conditional use numbers. Vickers Village at 1180 Canton Street, 29 Thompson Place, 24, 34, and 42 Woodstock Road, with King Lowry Ventures LLC. Just to let everyone know that we did have a formal request from the applicant to defer this until June the 8th, and the letter from Mr. Rollator is in our packet.
Yeah, I think we need to correct our.
No, it's
monitor.
June the 11th. I mean, June the 8th.
June 8th.
Not the 11th,
That's correct. I mistyped it, should be June 8th.
June 8th.
Mayor, they have requested a deferral. Do you want me to go through any presentation this evening?
Let's see if we get a motion to defer, and then we'll open it up for public hearing. Do we have a motion to defer?
Yes, sir. After reading Mr. Rollator's letter, I think he has some reasoning behind the deferral, so I will ask for deferral from tonight, May 11th. I think that's where you picked up the 11th.
Yeah.
Until June 8th, 2015 council meeting.
Is there a second? Second to defer until June 18th?
June 8th.
June 8th. Well, I'm glad there's someone here to clarify things. It's been a long day. All right, if you're here tonight and you wish to be heard on this matter, You may be. I would encourage you to, there are oftentimes changes in the deferral process, and your objections may be answered. Council, your objections would be closer to council making a decision if you wait until this is voted on. But if you're here tonight and you'd like to be heard, and you may not be able to make it on June 8th on this matter, we'll recognize you. Does anyone want to be heard on the motion to defer or on the general rezoning? It's not a rezoning, the general request for their request for 3 variances.
But it's a conditional, it's a conditional use and
It's a conditional
variance.
use.
Conditional use is in
Does
variance.
anyone wish to be heard on the Vickers property? Yes, come forward, please.
Rue Britton, 520 Kindermore Point, Roswell, Georgia. I just have a general question about, you can see a lot that's going on around town with properties being bought up. And I'm wondering if there's a place where we can see, a citizen can come and see what's going on as a whole in Roswell. Because there's all these projects on here. This one does interest me, of course. But there's several others. Is there a place to see the big picture of what's all going on with what's going on with the development?
If we could have community development respond to that question.
I did look on the website on community development, and the minutes are lawyers' minutes. They tell no details, so you have no idea. I noticed in the budget you had something called Sun Valley Project. I don't know what that is, but there was quite a few line items addressing it. There's the East-West Alley. I mean, I've got no idea whether this affects me or not, so I'd definitely like to know, is there a place I can just go and look?
There is a place that you can go and look, but it's not going to, there is a lot happening in Roswell, and it may not be summarized in a one-stop fashion.
But I think we all need to know that. We moved to Roswell for just the place. It's a cute place to live. It's got an ambience. And with all this development, we need to see what are the plans.
All the information is available at City Hall. Is your question, do we have a list? The concern would be, is if we forgot something on that list, then we would be held in violation for forgetting something. And it ranges from a approval for a mailbox to a color to a long-range plan that is about 15 years off. So if you're saying what that list would consist of, that would take an action of this council to describe it, and I would be concerned that if we're trying to have a comprehensive list, what do we know to include?
Well, I guess, what should I do as a
Councilmember Wynn.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry if I could interrupt. I think Mr. Townsend can address this because I'm just letting you all know that we do have pre-apps. They do have pre-apps, so they could probably tell you what's in the hopper. But, anything has not come to a pre-app meeting with staff, we couldn't tell you about it, but I'm going to let Mr. Townsend elaborate on that.
Oh, yeah, we can tell you what is in the process of application at the city.
But doesn't the Planning Commission talk about various things before they actually come to that point? I mean, I don't know. Maybe you do or maybe you don't.
The Planning Commission is after. They go pre-application first, then the neighborhood meeting, then planning, then here, if everything works out all right. And that's how come I'd like Mr. Townsend to address your issues, if we could, Mr. Mayor.
Probably the most comprehensive list that you can find is in community development, where we have all of the agendas for each of the Design Review Board, Board of Zoning Appeals, Historic Preservation Commission, Planning Commission, and Mayor and City Council. Some of the projects you did reference were actually transportation projects. The Sun Valley is a transportation project. So dealing with land development, the Community Development Department, I can sit down with you anytime and talk about what is currently being discussed in dealing with what's in for a pre-application meeting, what we are discussing through land disturbance permits. I mean, usually what takes place is the process gets to a point of now they're going to move some dirt. That's when it affects mostly people's property. Everybody wants to know before that time.
Right.
And that's where the planning department is able to give you those types of
But you're
information.
saying as individuals, we all have to come to you and go through a list of all this stuff. That doesn't seem like a great way. What about if we had some definitions on the website, where if you got these up here, East-West Alley, Tell us what that is. Where is it?
When you go to the actual website for tonight's agenda, all of that background information is on that agenda.
It's a definition of where this is?
Yes, there's a whole list of attachments on East-West Alley.
So does it disappear? Because I guess I went to the website, and maybe I just didn't go to the right place. When I was looking for minutes,
When the website gets generated, it's usually generated the week before, finalized on a Thursday or a Friday. When that agenda is finalized, all of the backup material that is included.
And then does it go away?
No, it's still there
It's
today.
still there? So I
And it
must
will be
not have seen
there forever unless we take it down.
I will add this, the city is looking at how do we make our website easier to use? We recognize that our website is, in its current format, is a little cumbersome and it's hard to negotiate. So we are working to try to improve this website to make information more easily found.
Mhm. Well, another way to communicate, though, might also be through the newsletter that I get on the web every now and then, talking about the Memorial Day thing, to kind of say, hey, there's a new development, it's called that. I know that's maybe not what you want to do, but it would be helpful to lots of-
Again, the newsletter is an effort of our Community Relations Department to try to get information out, and we'll look at that. This city makes a real effort to try to engage people. We appreciate your input. We recognize this is your city and we're your representatives, so we encourage you. And again, the effort with the website is to make things. Another site that I think transportation just started, don't we have a new website to track all the new transportation projects? Councilmember Diamond can announce that. This is another resource which was just opened
No, I
up.
mean, we've had for a while the Cone Zone. You can go on and
Yeah,
it'll
I've
give
seen
you
that.
everything that's going on, and that'll give you a little better idea.
Right.
And then we also, and I'm not sure where you might find it publicly, and maybe we can do that, but Community Development has started giving us a monthly development report. And is that in the committee online packet? Okay. So that would be
The action
helpful.
item I think it's the information item on the committee level.
And that would be online
Yes.
if you went
Well,
to the committee agenda.
I'll check with you if I can
Because,
find it.
because, man, the committee agendas are where things move before they get to here.
Like I
And they're
said-
more talked, and that would give you that background
Well, I
information.
actually specifically looked at the community development place, but maybe I didn't look at it right, because what I found was very, nondescript minutes.
We're trying to do better. Anyone else have any questions or comments? Yes, sir, come forward.
David Fagan, 36 Fowler Avenue. I was just curious, on reading Mr. Rollator's letter to the City Council asking for this to be changed. It really isn't very specific about the specific issues that they're addressing, and I'm just curious if those of us that are very interested in what's going on there will have some knowledge before the next meeting of those reasons for requesting the change or any potential change proposals.
Councilmember.
You want me to handle this one, Brad, or do you want, I'm going to throw it to you?
You can bounce that one.
I've talked to Mr. Rollator, who's the attorney, and he feels that there's not a consensus to what was shown, and they're might be going back to the drawing board, and I will check with Mr. Rollator to make sure that the community, well, at large, however we have to do it, will be able to see it, what they're looking at doing. They might have, this is what we're proposing, and this is what we can do, or something to that effect.
So there may be an alternate proposal.
Yes, sir.
And that's-
There could possibly be an alternative proposal. I'm not saying there is going to be one, but I think they're rethinking what they have proposed originally. And so I can make sure I can get a hold of, or Mr. Townsend can get a hold of Mr. Rollator to make sure that the community is aware of any new changes that will be brought forth to the mayor and council.
Thank you.
If any. Okay.
Anyone else have any questions or comments? We're going to close the public hearing on that matter. You'll have an opportunity to be heard when it comes back to council. We have a motion to defer. And as I recall, I'm keeping track of motions and seconds. A motion and a second to defer. All in favor of the motion and second? That's Councilmember Orleans, Eigelhart, Wynn, Dippolito, and Diamond. All opposed. Councilmember Price, motion. Certainly.
Is this a typo that he requested deferral on April 6th? That just seems odd to me.
I couldn't answer that. Mr. Townsend, do you know if there's a typo in this reference that Councilmember Price has talked about?
Rollator's letter.
Is it in his original letter?
It's in the letter. It's dated April 6th, requesting a deferral for tonight.
It appears to be a typo.
No, I can tell you that is a typo.
Okay.
Because we, when Mr. Rollator asked that, that was last week, so I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be May 6th, not April 6th.
Thank you.
If you'll call the next agenda item.
Yes, sir. The next one we have on the agenda is RZ 2014-04868, concurrent variance 2014-04871, 950 Fouts Road, Garum Properties LLC with Stephen Arms requesting rezoning from AG 43, which is Ag, to Civic and RTH to establish a development. And I'm not going to read all this because I think some things have already been changed on this. This item was deferred at the March 9th and April 13th Mayor and Council meetings. And I think we still have some other changes we're looking at, so Mr. Townsend is going to present.
This is a proposed rezoning at 9050 Fouts Road, approximately 6.9 acres, going from AG 43 and Civic to the RTH residential townhouse. The applicant is requesting 46-unit mixed residential development containing single-family homes, attached homes, townhomes, and cottage court. At this stage, there is only one concurrent variance that deals with the road size. This is the location map of the subject property. This is an aerial showing the existing home. The property to the north is the access road to the church that is being included in this application. That's the civic portion of the property, where the other two parcels are the AG 43. We have 12 Stones to the south and to the east. We have to the west Fouts Road and the Roswell Area Park. This is the current zoning designations of the property. This is the first plan that was discussed at the deferral of the meeting, in containing the two cottage courts developments. What has changed dramatically from this application, it's hard to see on this one view, but now adjacent to the 12 Stones development to the south and to the east is a 40-foot buffer with access roads into the RS4 designated lot sizes, and the townhomes, attached houses, and cottage courts are all north of that development. So the request, one concurrent zoning, or one concurrent variance request is for the 46-foot right-of-way cross-section. Staff has recommended approval of the rezoning to RTH to the site plan for the 46 units and for the one concurrent variance. If you have any questions.
Does the council have any questions? Councilmember Eigelhart.
And you and I emailed earlier today about the RS4 and the detached homes. And my question being, in the UDC, it calls for certain minimum lot sizes unless they have an alley.
Alley loaded, correct.
And apparently those alleys have been removed because they're trying to
Meet the
give some greater
buffers,
buffer. I understand
buffers
that.
to the area, right.
But if they're now removed, are we not creating a variance situation that needs to be dealt with? Because we are
Yes,
allowing,
you are. You're creating a variance situation.
We are allowing square foot lots that are smaller than is required.
Correct. You're creating a variance situation to either allow for the alleys to go within the 40-foot buffer or require the lot sizes for the front-loaded single-family detached to be a minimum of 6,000 square feet.
want to clarify that, because it
That
is one
is
thing
correct.
to just remove it, and that's fine, that may
Right.
be ultimately what we want to do, but we can't just pass that without
No.
having.
That should be
variance.
included as your type of motion or included in the amendment to what the site plan should look like.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for staff? Thank you. This time we'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Arms, Marthasville Development. I'm here with my partner Daniel Kim, and I reside at 9775 Hunt Club Way in Alpharetta, Georgia, 30022. What we put together today was a brief presentation to talk about our process, which we think was very important early on. And you'll hear later in our presentation how we basically had to start from scratch about a month and a half ago, which we're perfectly fine with, but it did cause a few areas of question that Councilmember Eigelhart has pointed out. So anyway, this is what we'd like to talk to you today about is really our community involvement process. We'll talk a little bit about the property context and the site conditions, and then also get into the project concept and design precedents, and then what we submitted, and then also some rendered site plans. So our community involvement process created really starting with a blank sheet of paper to really start the conversation and not come up with any preconceived notions. The conversation really centered around the scale of building and the setbacks and stormwater concerns, topography, and only then did we really get into the project concept. And so this is a little bit about the context of the property that we covered with the community. Part of the property is about 400 feet away from Holcomb Bridge Road with 45,000 vehicles per day. Right across the street is the Kroger, the Petco, Kohl's, the new library that's been built on the southwest corner of that intersection there. And then East Roswell Park right across the street, which is really one of the main reasons why this area interested us in the first place, with all of the amenities. It's rare that in a suburban location you can have this much access to the amenities around this location. So this is a little bit about the context of the property, the conditions of the property, the topography, the stream, and it shows the two parcels, one to the south. We really began talking to Mr. Fouts, and then in the process of reaching out to our neighbors, we met with the church, and when we were leaving that meeting, we rode down their driveway and thought this would be a nice new main entrance into our neighborhood. So it was really organic. There was no grand plan at first, and that's, I think, one of the benefits of going in with a blank sheet of paper and having a very open conversation with your neighbors. Those opportunities kind of present themselves, and that one did. So the concept that we came up with after putting this into the meat grinder was really something that worked with the topography, that addressed the transitional nature of the site. we've always had a preference for new urbanist type of T&D planning. Empty nest move down housing we feel is an underserved market and one that would work well here. Again, back to the T&D item, everything is historically inspired, kind of a vernacular architecture. So that's kind of our principles, and then the design elements include low impact development ideas that are really encouraged with the new UDC. On the inside, open loft-like spaces so that they can be used for multiple different uses. These are some site elements that are appealing to us, kind of minimalist. Some items with wood we think would be in keeping with the area with the trees that we're proposing to preserve. Here are some pavilion designs. The one at the top, the one with support on one side, is kind of quirky, but there's an area that we've proposed something where this might be appropriate, and I'll point that out later. Some understated monument sign we think would be more in keeping with the type of community that we'd like to propose here, or that we are proposing here. These are just some elements of outbuildings. You know, we have garages throughout the development that would be in keeping with this scale, and so maybe there's an opportunity to add flourishes that kind of evoke you know, a historic character. Here are some site elements with a trail, and up in the upper right-hand corner is an example of edible landscaping, which is what we're proposing with fig trees and blueberries. Not a lot of people do that, but we'd like to try it in a couple of different areas. It's, you know, if the birds come and eat it, or the kids come and pick it from the park, that's not a, you know, that's probably a good thing in our eyes. Here are some items relating to stormwater and faux curb up in the upper left-hand corner. We've got a condition where that exists, and we'll point it out. Where we have somebody from the community might bring up porous paving on our streets. We actually thought about that originally and spoke to the transportation department at the city, and they were concerned that they had already approved a number of these and wanted to see how they performed, and we understood that. But what we would like to do is have the flexibility to at least have porous paving on our parking areas. Here's a pond, call it a wet stormwater pond, if you will, planted with marginal plants. And there's been some concern about mosquitoes being attracted to stormwater ponds with a permanent pool. But as long as we can get some depth, we can work with the natural ecology of that water feature. To the right is something that wattle basically in the stream buffer. This was a project at the Georgia Botanical Gardens in Athens to the right. And here we kind of get into just some precedents for housing. Here are a couple of streetscape examples. Here are some other scale appropriate cottages, two new, one historic. The upper right-hand corner is a historic example. We put these in here because, you know, as we looked at them initially, we said, you know, these are kind of attractive, but they're probably not appropriate for, they're not vernacular Southern examples. So we put them in here, and we said the lower right is kind of a Pacific Northwest look, and the one up at the top is a little too beachy for us, and the one in the lower left is kind of East Coast. So Anyway, we put those in. There's attractive elements in each, I think, but again, style is one of those things that we really have to pay attention to and not just try real hard. We really need to hit the nail on the head, we think. Here are some examples that we do think are a little more appropriate. The one in the upper left-hand corner is our cottages. That's a cottage court. We don't have two anymore. We only have one. It's a little smaller, so this image may not be as appropriate, and they're a little larger than the ones that we're proposing. But they are in topo, and I think, you know, that it's a pretty special place. Here, we're getting into our attached and townhome units. We only have, the maximum number of townhomes we have per building is 3, and so these are probably not great examples. But the upper right-hand corner is a historic example of a duplex, also known as an attached product. I probably shouldn't have used the word duplex because that's kind of a dirty word. And here again are some other townhomes. The lower right is a historic example. The other 3 are, 2 are kind of Mill Village, 1890s to 1920s kind of vintage. The upper right-hand corner is more of a kind of Art Deco-y 1950s kind of look. Again, figuring out which is appropriate, and there may be multiple styles that are appropriate in the community that we're preserving, and something that we plan on studying more in depth and working with the design review board on. Here are just some interior shots, again in the lower right-hand corner. A little bit about what a mixed-use space might look like. And anyway, at the last meeting, we didn't give a long presentation, but in the brief time we were up here, the mayor asked if we would really highlight what kind of changes have been made. And when you look at the plan, almost 85% of the plan has changed, but the major changes have occurred in the southern portion. We've gone from the left of your screen, Mr. Townsend pointed this out as well, the 2 cottage court areas as well as the townhomes in purple, and we've converted that into single-family detached lots and a cottage court respectively. This doesn't really show the shared driveways that we're proposing for all of the R4 lots, which we think are very efficient and very pedestrian friendly. And we've got some other images to really highlight that. This was just a blow up of a part of the sheet that was presented. From here, we basically added some detail with houses on the R4 lots, and you'll notice that the block that includes the cottage court, units 39 through 43, is blank in this next, in this image, and the reason why, we're calling that the study block. The community asked us to really study this and look at ways to convert that entire block into a cottage court, and we're open to that. Obviously, we had cottage courts in 2 locations. Now we only have it in 1. And here on this image, we have 39 through 43 are cottage court units, and they don't look very elegant on this this plan. And but in a later image, I think you'll get a better feeling of what that might look like. We've also turned Unit 44, which is technically a townhome in this image, towards Fouts and tried to create a rhythm and a scale that was more appropriate. So anyway, we went from that CAD to this freestyle drawing and then colored it up. And this was done by our planner, architect, Bill D. St. Aubin with Sizemore Group, who we've worked with a lot in the past. And you can tell that the cottage court now, those units, it's hard to, well, they're not numbered, but in the lower part of that study block, you can see where they're better laid out and colored up. Site plan coordination. We talked about shared driveways. We're not talking about this on the right. I stumbled on this in the city of Atlanta, and this was a couple of years ago, and I never thought I'd use it, but here it is. So, and the image on the left just shows how the iterative process of between the CAD and the freestyle drawings and the importance of going back and forth and identifying where those shared driveways are. This is our unit table. It's a little small on the plans. We've also included it in our letter of intent. You'll note that item D, which is a reference to the RS4 lots and the attached product, identifying the minimum lot size and the minimum frontage. We identified if on alley or shared drive. Really, they're just as efficient as a rear access alley, but with a shared side entry garage, or driveway with side entry garages, you actually get more private space for those homes. You get to have an attractive front elevation as well as a private backyard, as opposed to having to dedicate that to your garage. And our topography really works with that concept, and we can talk a little bit more about that later. This is our one variance that Mr. Townsend mentioned earlier, 46 foot. It's very close to the historic cross-section, with the exception of instead of 17 feet, we have 20 feet for the drive lanes. When you're parallel parked on the site, when you exit the passenger side of the vehicle, you step right onto the sidewalk, which is, we feel, a better solution. This was an image that was created by, again, Bill DeSino-Aubin with Sizemore on the, this was the old cottage court, the south west corner cottage court where we had it originally, but it's very close to the scale and what we're proposing on the study block that I mentioned earlier, with a little less topo. This has more topo than where we are now. But since it might change again, we thought we would go ahead and just hold off on doing a perspective on that area. Now this is a little crowded and busy, Bill started with almost a little bit too small a piece of paper, so we weren't able to get as much detail here as we wanted, and we probably should have broken it up by block and maybe pieced it together. But it really shows kind of the rhythm, the scale, the character of Fouts Road, showing the townhomes from left to right, and then transitioning into a cottage court scale in the center of the plan, and then at the very right we have what we feel is evocative of the farmhouse that's on the site right now. So we're kind of wrapping up here. The letter from the community, I think, identifies a lot of high priority items, and we've reproduced those here. The 40-foot buffer, it was a big change for us, but from the beginning we really wanted to work with the community, and we knew this was important to them, and we've been able to address this and comply with the 40-foot buffer on the south part of the plan, as we abut 12 Stones to the south and the east on Mr. Fouts' property. The site plan and townhomes are subject to design review board approval, so that's an added layer of protection. And then we have a limited number of townhomes, and as I mentioned earlier, the maximum they have is 3 units. So, and the HOA will manage the landscaping on a master basis. And that's really all we have. We have some additional information to anticipate some questions from the community that we can call on later, but if there are any questions, if that's appropriate at this time.
Does the council have any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is more for Mr. Townsend. And thank you for that presentation, Mr. Arms. I'm assuming that when we're looking at the RS4, that includes all of the RS4, the ones that's abutting Fouts and the ones that's abutting 12 Stones. Is that what we're looking at, going from River Alley to, as Mr. Arms says, shared drives? So it's all of RS4 that we're looking at, going from to have to look at some type of a language in the conditions or variance or however we have to do that?
That's correct.
Okay. And when he mentioned porous paving parking area, that would be more within the LDP process,
Yes.
looking at that type of a thing. And I want to say I did look at conditions from 12 Stones, and most of the ones I'm looking at are either, I would say most of them are going to be during the LDP process. There's stormwater, there's arborists. So most of this will be addressed, I think, in the LDP process. So anyway, I just want to make sure that I was correct on the, yes. And the one, Mr. Arms, you were talking about the community changing that one cottage court into everything being a cottage court. Is that the only change that you were looking at that the community wanted to make, was those 3 townhouses right there?
I believe it is.
That is. Well, I guess we'll find out when we listen here from the community. Okay, that's all I need. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
I'm a little confused. Are we looking at the plan that will be, or you're saying that we're just going to pass it and the design review board will come up with what the plan would be?
Councilmember Nguyen, do you want to respond?
Yes, sir. No, I think when I was talking to Mr. Townsend about this, is that if we decide to change that courthouse or the cottage court to all cottage court, we would add that as a variance or a condition, that's how it's going to be. So, and I would probably, I don't know if I should say it now, but I was going to just say upon the approval of planning and zoning director, as long as it met the standards of the UDC and did not go over the minimum of the maximum number of units that we could approve tonight. So it couldn't go over the 46 units, and it would still have to meet the UDC without any type of variances. So that's what I was looking at doing, since there was no other time that we can defer.
Let me see if I can understand this, because it's not been made crystal clear.
Sorry about that.
We have a site plan that appears to be firm, with the exception of the island adjacent to Fouts Road. I mean, Eves Road?
Fouts.
Fouts, which is in blank.
That's right.
And so what you're proposing is that we approve this. Now, as to this island where there could be cottage courts, is there a number of units we're going to approve?
It would not change the total number, 46. There would be 8 in that island.
So we're talking about 8 units in this space, and that configuration being unresolved.
Correct.
At this time. But the number of units would be set at 8. And what limitations, again, would be on those 8 units?
Well, Mr. Mayor, first of all, I would have to meet the UDC without any type of variances, and not to
UDC
exceed.
for what zoning? I mean,
Cottage
for what?
court.
For cottage
you would
court.
have to meet the cottage court rules for UDC
Yes,
without
without
variance.
any variances, upon approval of the zoning and planning director. Again, maximum units of 46 total, and it would have to meet the UDC without any variances whatsoever. If it became variances, then
It'd have to come through the process.
we'd have to start the process all over again.
Does that clarify anything?
That part But my original question to Mr. Townsend, you know, we're not meeting the UDC based on lot sizes.
Well, I talked to Mr. Townsend and Mr. Davidson about that, and we can add a condition that those RS4 units will have a minimum of a 4,000 square foot minimum lot size as shown on the site plan with shared drives.
So which are the RS4 units?
The minimum, though, is not 4,000, that's the problem. It's 6,000 if it doesn't have an alley.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, my understanding is Mr. Arms had the added RS4 to the plan on the request of the community. And because,
If
and
you can
also
tell me which is RS4,
in the green, sir.
green is RS4 on this.
And to also
Overhead.
to
Plus
help.
Plus two. Number 13 and 15, number 13 and 16 are also RS4 lots.
Okay, yeah, okay. But to also
But those are larger.
comply with what the community wanted, which was the 40-foot buffer that is UDC compliant, Mr. Arms then had to go to the shared drive instead of rear loaded, which means that it's a minimum of 4,000 square feet rear loaded, minimum 6,000 square feet front loaded. So we would have to do a variance tonight to allow 4,000 square foot minimum lot sizes on RS4, since that's what the community would like to have in that area.
I believe I
think we wanna hear
understand
from the community,
what's
but
being
We're just
proposed.
making up on the fly.
Councilman Eigelhart,
Well, unless we can defer, I don't know, this is the last deferral of this, unless Mr.
We-
Davidson can prove me wrong on this.
we will find if we get to a motion in a second, whether that's to grant it or deny it or with what variances, but we make decisions here. So, questions? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. I had a technical question about the RS4 issue. My understanding is that an RS4 lot has to be 4,000 square feet, or can be 4,000 square feet if it's rear loaded, but it has to be 6,000 square feet if it's not rear loaded. Is that correct? So is that something that can be varied, Mr. Davis? Like, can we even technically do that? Because I know there's certain things we can't vary.
I know before the
There's a-
UDC, you couldn't vary the lot size, but
Right.
I'm not sure if that carried forward in the
There-
UDC or not.
I was asking if it specifically says rear loaded or alley loaded, and it's a slight variation, but.
Right. Well, and I don't know that we've ever considered side loaded, so that's kind of a whole new concept for us, and I understand your point. I think it's well taken to have side loaded versus rear loaded makes sense to me. It's just not part of the ordinance. And my biggest concern was, I remember before the UDC, we couldn't vary the lot size, so I want to make sure we're within the bounds of what we can do from a variance standpoint.
And we need to know that
Now.
before we move forward.
I don't have the answers.
Mr. Townsend, are you positioned to answer that question?
This is the page from the UDC. This is where it talks about lot and lot placement. It talks about lot parameters, lot area minimum, and the RS4 designation is 6,000 square feet. Lot area alley loaded minimum, 4,000 square feet. As you can see in the graphic, the alley is in the rear. That talks about the activation to have the garages or access to those in the rear of the property. And no, I don't believe there had been ever discussion on a shared driveway and how that would have been utilized in this context.
But here is the question. Does this council have the discretion to grant a variance tonight?
Yes.
Do they have that discretion? So
Yes.
they can grant the variance?
Correct.
Mr. DiPolito, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. May I ask another question?
Yes.
Mr. Arms, could you go back to the colored site plan that you had on there, the rendered? Okay. I think this has slowly evolved into a pretty cool project, and I know it's very different from anything we have seen before, and I think your use of different product types is very interesting. I actually think that the cottage court and the townhouse area work better in this rendering than they do on the site plan. On the site plan, it just kind of looks like a jumble of houses. But here you can see how it all works together, and I like the way that there's kind of that shared alley driveway versus the way it shows as an alley on the site plan.
It is challenging.
So, I think it meets the spirit of your site plan, but it really seems to work better here. And
we agree.
You can see how the pieces are starting to work with each other much better. So is your thought, are you thinking this is probably where it's going to wind up, or you just want some flexibility if you can make that better, you want to?
Exactly. We would ask for approval of this site plan, but with the flexibility to work with the community to come up with an alternate plan that meets the criteria of the cottage court with that entire block. They've worked well, we've worked well together over the last month and a half, and we'd like to try and meet their request.
Just this piece.
Well, at the end of the day, it has to be the city's call as to the site plan, and typically that rests with us.
Yeah.
So it's highly unusual for us to allow for a change like that and for the DRB to allow that. I think in this instance, I understand you're trying to improve upon a direction you're heading in working with the community.
And this is the first time the community's seen this. They saw this with the cottage court and the townhomes in black and white here, but they didn't see it rendered. That really does provide a level of detail that they may be able to comment on.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Councilmember DiPolito.
I did have one question. You mentioned the term wattle, I believed.
Yeah.
Could you just explain what that is? I'm just curious.
I think it's...
You were talking about the streams, and you said this is an example of
that was a
wattle,
medieval construction method, as I recall, from my architecture.
Daub and wobble, yeah. And the wobble, I think, was the branches. But here, when they clean up the site, and we're going to be doing some of that instead of grinding it up and trying to get rid of it, it might be something that we can use as a construction BMP. We want to make sure that we don't clog up the pipe that goes into 12 stones. So that's a concern if any of this was to dislodge and clog that pipe. So it may not be appropriate, but.
So it's essentially woven branches? Is that
no, well,
what that is? Or?
It's loose laid, and it's on top of one another, and it basically slows down the storm water and filters it. You can see the leaves have kind of gathered there, so it's almost a natural silt fence type of installation, but it's made with, it's actually kind of attractive.
It's interesting.
So, use some byproduct that will help water quality.
I hadn't heard that term before, so thank you.
Anyway, I made it up.
The applicant will be given the opportunity for rebuttal, but not the opportunity to present information which is not in response to comments from the audience, if you're concluded at this time. So is the applicant concluding?
Yes.
With the exception of rebuttal?
Yes.
All right, have a seat. All right, this time, in the audience, if you have any questions or comments for or against, this is your opportunity to speak. We will have 5 minutes each. If you'll give us your name and address when you begin.
My name is Patsy Van Pelt, and I live at 9100 12 Stones. I'm behind the church, so I'm not adjacent. I was asked by the some of the members of the neighborhood at the March 16th meeting. Mr. Arms had asked for a single point of contact, and one of the neighbors asked me to take that on, and I agreed to do it. So what I've been doing since that meeting is attending the meetings and putting meeting minutes out and just transferring information back and forth. That's how we came up with the conditions that I sent in under my signature, but it is in request primarily for the majority of the homeowners that abut the property. We have many of those today. If you're abutting the property, would you stand up, please, just so you know who's here? These are homeowners that are directly against this property. And we have one honorary person, John. His home is just barely covered by two other properties. So they go along the east side and the south. I'm not going to go through these conditions item by item. Other people can speak to certain ones of them, but we do ask that you consider these very carefully. Next month, I will have lived in this subdivision 30 years. And I came there as a much younger person. I have invested a lot of my energy and my husband's energy and our money and our love in our home. And it's very important to us that new neighbors will have a quality place to live. We are not idiots in 12 Stones. We know this land is going to be developed. We just want it to be developed thoughtfully. If you are going to put something new in here, be very, very careful how you do it, because it will be a model. The other concern that we have is the remainder of Fouts Road. There are two other residential properties there, and I'm very concerned about what's going to happen down the line when those two individual homes on nice big lots perhaps come on the market. It's a very small road, and we'd like to keep it a safe and happy neighborhood. So I will leave the conditions to the other people that are here. I'm going to switch over just for a moment or two to speak personally of what I feel. I didn't get into this process at the beginning. I missed the first part because my husband was going to those meetings. And then I had to take over because he had a little back surgery, so it was my turn. And so I wasn't there for the planning meetings. But I will say this, I believe there are too many homes here. And Stephen does not agree with me. He has made it very clear that this is his, I believe, his number, the 46. But I think you really need to look hard and see if easing up one or two here or there is going to make it a little better. I really hope you will look at that and be very careful about those variances. Be very thoughtful. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joyce Cross, 2300 12 Stones Drive. I am one of the people that abut the development. First of all, I'm relieved somewhat that Mr. Arms is not going to place a large stormwater management pond behind my home. At least that's what I think his plan is describing, because it got kind of confusing because he added something, micro ponds or something, and I didn't really understand what was going on. As you know, all the submissions I've given to council show how these ponds devalue homes located near them. We'd still like a berm behind our home, as we stated in my submission, since we remain apprehensive about what exactly Mr. Arms' development is going to look like visually. I continue to be concerned about the density of Mr. Arms' proposed development. I still believe that nearly 50 townhomes and homes is way too much for this piece of property, given the water and erosion challenges on this property. I see only the minimum city requirements for environmental concerns that I have raised throughout this process, and certainly it's not enough to relieve my suspicions that somewhere down the stream there will be flooding and erosion related to this decision by you tonight. The easiest way to cut density would be to eliminate the homes closest to the stream in the southeast quarter. It is troubling Mr. Arms' plan does not follow the UDC or the city's comprehensive plan, because it makes me wonder, why have a comprehensive plan or a UDC if you don't intend to follow it? I ask this body to be consistent in its voting for or against certain projects and not let past relationships with this developer influence your vote here tonight. We've learned from Mr. Arms that he believes that only 2 council members intend to vote against this development, and that is very disappointing on many levels, the fact that we already know the outcome. So that's kind of disappointing to me. I myself personally have attended 7 small and large group meetings with Mr. Arms, and that does not include the 2 planning committee meetings and the first and now second full council meetings with Mr. Arms. And all he has been able to do is shuffle his game pieces around this development. He will not discuss any kind of reduction in density under no circumstances. He says he began with a blank slate, and I take issue with that, because on that slate has always been high density, and that also is troubling. It is disheartening to find myself in this position once again before you, fighting for what should be common sense development around single-family homes in the city of Roswell. Most of us moved to the city of Roswell to escape the very urbanization that you are now embracing. Thank you.
I'm just going to read because I want to make sure I cover all my points. My name is John Tanner. I reside at 2310 12 Stones Drive in Roswell, Georgia, with my young family. And we love being Roswell residents. We honestly do. We were able to enjoy the farmers market that was right downstairs this past weekend, and saw Dr. Price there, and was very pleased to see the involvement of you guys in the community. And so let's see. First, I want to thank you for your consideration on this important matter. It is definitely a pivotal thing in our lives for my young family, like I said. You have spent a lot of time, energy, effort, and taxpayer money developing the UDC and the city plan, which was approved as a final document to establish the protocol that we'd all make decisions by. When I served our country in the United States Marine Corps, we faithfully executed our duties by following similar documents and protocol. Law and order is what we fought for. The plan before us does not comply with the UDC or the city plan. And that you've invested so heavily in. Instead, an out-of-town developer proposes to know better than you and is trying to convince you to break the established protocol that you created. Instead, it is little more than a Gwinnett County apartment complex complete with exterior parking, exterior lighting, duplexes, and even on-street parking, lining on Fouts Road. You also invested millions in a beautiful park, the Arts Center, and the new library. Like I said, it is a Gwinnett County apartment complex, and is that what you really want immediately across the street from the park, the Arts Center, and the library? And remember, the pretty drawings of attractive buildings mean nothing once the zoning is approved. At that point, the property can be flipped to someone who could build to bare minimum code requirements. And finally, it just seems very odd for a commissioner, or a council member, sorry, to advocate for such a project for a non-resident when so many of the actual constituents they were elected to represent are so clearly opposed. Please vote down this project and wait for a much better one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who'd like to speak next? Come forward, please.
My name is Bob Richardson. I reside in the 12 Stones development at 8995 Stone Lake Court. And earlier we were talking about variances. Thanks. This is the UDC requirement for attached homes. It talks about if it doesn't have an alley, it's got to be a minimum 5,500 square feet per unit. So on 2 attached homes, we'd be looking at 11,000 square feet. Now, if you take, he's got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 sets of attached homes. And unless I'm looking at this wrong, I don't see 11,000 square feet for each of those. So this is something additional we'd have to have a variance on. Going back to the cottage court, as it stands now, 5 units. I won't pull up the chart, but the UDC says it's got to be a minimum of 22,500 square feet, minimum width of 150 square feet, minimum depth of 150 square feet. I don't see that either. Now, he wants to put 8 on there, which we agreed to, but 8, you have to add another 4,500 square feet per unit. So in total, I think we're talking about roughly about 30 of the 46 homes we would need a variance for. So where does this conform with the UDC? And the final point I want to make is on Brad's chart that he put up. The northeast boundary is different than on the sketch. If it ends at, that's Bobby Watson's house right up in top in the northeast corner. And if you look at the sketch, it goes beyond that. You would have to move it over halfway, you know, to conform with Brad's charts. Now, I don't know which one is right or which one is wrong, but if Brad's chart is right, then this affects about the 3 homes in the northeast corner. So that's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Councilmember DiPolito.
I'd like to get a clarification from staff. We've heard several comments that the project is not consistent with the UDC, in particular that the question about the house sizes and so forth. And you know, are there issues, other issues that need to be addressed from a variance standpoint? Or is it otherwise in compliance other than the variances he's requested?
I don't know specifically what they're identifying is not in compliance with the UDC, so I'm not sure that I can answer the.
Well, specifically the house sizes, Mr. Richardson just brought up that there's a minimum house size that he does not meet on each of these product types. We can give them a chance to review that, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to continue the public hearing while they're looking that up.
Yes. We'll,
Come back
while
to
they're
the
looking at it, who else would like to speak? Anyone else wish to speak on this matter? Yes, sir, come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name's Dave Bonsalar. I'm pastor at Bridge to Grace Church. I live at 160 Spring Ridge Court in Roswell. And I want to commend Mr. Arms and Mr. Kim for being cooperative, for being open, for being willing to listen and participate. I want to commend 12 Stones for making their voices heard and for being reasonable. But I also want to commend the City Council and Mr. Mayor for being courageous and considering something a little different. And I think this proposal is a wonderful proposal. It's well done, well thought out, and we would encourage you to pass it. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir, come forward.
Scott Walker, 2290 12 Stones Drive. I directly abut the proposed development on the south side next door to Joyce and Jerry Cross. I've been involved in this process quite a while and have heard a lot from both my neighbors and from Mr. Arms about things. And one of the things that I would ask to keep in mind is that a lot of the changes and the unusual nature of some of the things that you're seeing in the current proposal stem from the attempts that the developers have made to work with our neighbors and try to be sensitive to the concerns we've expressed about what the impact of the development could be and the types of things that we would want to see in the area. I have a different perspective on density and a lot of things than my neighbors do, perhaps. I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I lived on Ponce de Leon for many years, so I'm accustomed to being in a little bit more urban environment. I like being able to walk places, and I do think that there's a lot to be said for the type of approach that Mr. Arms wants to take here. The ability to connect into the walkability of the neighborhood. I mean, obviously now we get to walk to a library, we get to walk to the park. I just walked back from playing disc golf in the league that I run on Monday nights this evening before coming here. And I think that there's a lot that has to be taken into consideration for this type of development. The original proposal to do the cottage court developments and land zoned RTH would have been acceptable as it was originally developed under the UDC with the variances that were originally called out in the original proposal. The RS4 lots, the lot sizes, those sorts of things that we're having to look now at, can we vary these, can we accept this, are there now because of the attempts that the developers made to try to be sensitive to our concerns about the size of the houses, about the size of the lots, about the nature of the buildings there. So I guess I've gotten to know Mr. Arms fairly well over the course of the last several months. I feel a little bit of sympathy for him being, to a certain extent, beaten up over things that he's tried to do to be responsive. And so it may still be the case that you need to take a hard line on not varying from what's in the UDC. I can certainly understand and respect that, but I would ask that you keep that in consideration as you think through this. I know our neighbors have put forth a lot of conditions in an email to the council that they want to see addressed, and I can certainly understand many of those things. I do think that for many of them, as Councilmember Wynn pointed out, a lot of those are design review board, land disturbance permit issues that will have to be addressed at that point rather than as conditions of zoning. A lot of things are more expressions of desire than necessarily something that can be, included as a condition of zoning. So I do have concerns. I mean, Mr. Arms and I have talked a lot about this. I would love to see him and Mr. Kim develop this rather than see it get flipped to someone else. I know that there would need to be additional consideration to any changes to the site plan that would be made if someone else did pick up the development, but it does concern me. I would not like to see things change significantly from the current plan, but I do think that the odds are good that this plan is better than many we might get under a different developer. If someone were to go in with a proposal to build a handful of houses on, RS-12 or RS-18 size lots, I think there'd be a lot more land disturbance, there'd be a lot more impervious surface, it'd be nearly impossible to be as sensitive to the topography and the special, the slope and the conditions of the land with bigger lots, more, large houses. So again, I would ask you to keep all those things in mind as you consider this. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else wish to speak? Yes, come forward, please.
Jill Fagalde, 9065 12 Stones Drive, and a very happy Roswell resident, except for the tower in our park. Thank you. There are a lot of things that have happened over the last couple of months with this project, and it took us a very big push to get Mr. Arms to move down in the amount of homes. He went from 52 or 50 down to 46, like it was a huge compromise. But what we're looking at, and I don't know if you understand, since some of you don't live at our side of town, that Fouts Road is a 2-lane little road. And that's what makes it quaint, and that's what makes it beautiful. And right now, to add 46 homes, which would definitely mean 90 plus 100 cars in and out every day to work or to the supermarket, I'm afraid that that little Fouts Road and the beautiful nature of our neighborhood would be really, really damaged. And we've heard all this discussion about how pretty it's going to be, but I spent 20 years in the construction business right here in Roswell and all over greater Atlanta. And I've seen project after project where a developer comes in, develops something very pretty, makes lots of pictures, and everything looks great. And when that stamp is on those plans, he goes ahead and the hardy planks all of a sudden vinyl siding, and the vinyl siding, oh, we don't want to put shutters, and the roof line, well, and that's 3-tab shingles, and all of a sudden, you do have something that looks like a Gwinnett neighborhood. I hate to say that, but there's a lot of these little small, low-end neighborhoods that these little quaint little matchbook homes with one turn of a switch and one little $200 less and $400 less there, you end up with really a neighborhood that just doesn't look or represent anything that should be on Fouts Road. Now, with that said, there are so many alternatives out there to do this, but 46 homes on a piece of property that has water erosion problems as it is, and I don't quite understand the logic, not the traffic department, not the planning, no one has addressed what's going to happen to that road with 100 cars and people all over the place. When a baseball game gets out at that park, you can't get out to Holcomb Bridge Road. And I don't understand this amount of density in our little neighborhood. I don't understand it. I appreciate Mr. Arms trying to make it whimsical and pretty and cute, but it's not a location for townhomes. I don't care how you transition it. It's for a typical suburban neighborhood, which is exactly where we live and what we really desire. So we want to see something, but we don't want to see 100 more cars on Fouts Road. There's just a lot of practicalities about safety. It's a public park. That's the whole point of a park. We don't citify a public park. We already put a tower in it. Enough already. Thank you very much.
Mr. Townsend, have you gotten Mr. DiPolito's answer yet?
The answer is the same related to the 4,000 square feet. The attached criteria, the minimum lot size is 5,500 square feet. When it's front-loaded, when it is alley-loaded, it is allowed at the 3,000 square feet. And it's identified in his site plan as the same scenario related to the RS4 lots.
And that's for the lot size. What about for the house, the structure itself? Do we have a minimum heated floor area?
No. conditioned space, I don't think there is. Yeah, no, he's asking if we had a conditioned space in this, so, okay. No, there isn't a conditioned space in that section. There isn't a air-conditioned space in that requirement for attached house.
Oh, say that again.
There isn't a minimum lots, minimum building space, air-conditioned space for the attached house criteria.
What about for the single family?
No, there is not a square footage minimum lot size for the single family.
Mr. DiPolito, does that answer your question? Councilmember Wynn?
I'm sorry, it does, regarding the house sizes, I guess I'm still unclear as to the lot sizes. So the attached homes do not meet the standard, so the only ones that do are the townhouses?
Yes. And the cottage court, depending on where the cottage court lands.
The RS4 does not, though. Right.
The RS4 is not in the attached or not.
Right, but you're asking what doesn't meet it?
All right, council can, if they don't have any more questions at this moment, is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak before we allow the applicant rebuttal? This time we'll have allow the applicant the opportunity to respond to points raised.
Well, there were a couple of things. I don't think I've ever counted votes with the community, as Ms. Cross mentioned. I think that would have been inappropriate. But, you know, I think I did point out that staff had approved it and Planning Commission had approved it. And, but I just think that would have been in poor judgment if I would have counted votes. But
I can tell you, I don't know how this vote's going to go.
Yeah, me neither. So, anyway, she did also mention that she, you know, would be nice if there weren't any homes in the southeast corner. It just so happens that that's where she lives, so it's nice that she's thinking about her neighbors, I guess. Anyway, sorry. The cottage court area, the study block, you know, if my single point of contact is going to kind of say one thing and then change her mind, I don't know. I mean, I almost would prefer to just get this approved if, you know, ask for approval of this. We've had R4 lots on 40-foot fronts and attached lots on 30-foot fronts from the get-go because in our table we've always identified if they're on alley or shared drive. It's unfortunate that we found out about this 10 minutes before your meeting started today that there was going to be an issue. We thought that was the city was okay with that, but perhaps not. You know, I don't know what else to say other than, you know, maybe just to try and answer any questions that you might have based on anything that resonated from the speakers.
Councilmember Wynn.
I'm sorry, Mr. Arms, this is for Mr. Townsend. Okay, so what I'm hearing from you is that the attached homes, since they are front-loaded, do not meet the UDC requirements. Is that what I'm hearing? And yes, I did, you know, I'm still on a little bit of medication here, so, you know, forgive me if I'm being redundant, but I just want to make sure I'm hearing what is clear here.
What is clear, when the code calls out the designation for the minimum lot size for the attached unit, it should be a minimum size of 5,500 square feet if it is front-loaded. What the applicant is representing.
Front or rear loaded?
Front-loaded.
Thank you.
What the applicant is representing is he is going to have a shared drive which will go between and access behind. So he's treating that almost like they are rear-loaded. It's a semantic determination.
So what you're saying is we recognize loaded and rear loaded, but not the joint
Not the
driveway
shared drive.
side loaded. We haven't anticipated that.
We
It doesn't really address that situation.
It's
Okay.
silent in our code as to how we would address
Well,
that.
because Mr. Arms had to bring it up, you know. Could
Well,
you-
he's helping us along the
Yeah.
process, so
But
we're
could
gonna
you-
have to
Could you give
determine.
me a definition, do we have a definition of an alley? I mean, can a shared driveway, how you're describing, fit under the definition of an alley? Because I like the idea of shared drives, and if all the attached homes in the RS4s are shared driveways, to me, that's less impervious surface, plus, you know, it does help out a lot. So I'm just trying to figure out, because I don't want to start throwing variances of all sorts of out tonight at 20 till 10, so.
The alley definition is a public or private thoroughfare which affords only a secondary means of access to the abutting property. And what we need to,
Mr. Davidson, do you have any opinion on that? Is a side shared driveway a secondary means of access?
I'll pine in, I think it is.
You believe it could qualify as an alley?
Yes.
We'll see how the council feels at the
Okay,
end of the day.
and if that's, if I just can finish out, so if that's correct, and the RS4s and the attached are all side or shared drives, and the planning and zoning director feels that the definition of a shared drive is under definition of an alley, then no variance would be needed.
Not for the minimum lot size, correct.
Okay. The only variance then we're still now looking at is the road size.
Correct.
Okay, so how you're looking at it and how you're interpreting alley, shared drives fits within that category.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Orleans.
Go back to the definition you just read. I thought you read, Brad, that it was public.
Public or private.
Public or private access.
Correct.
And what would you term as access? Getting to one garage or more of a public access?
I think with the UDC, the context of access doesn't have to, for the front door to have access, it doesn't have to be for the car. If you look at the attached or the RS4, their front door still faces the main primary street. It has public walking access to that primary street. The cars just have access to the rear.
Thank you. Councilmember Eichelhardt.
But it's not even rear access, it's to the side. And the drawings, which, you know, we're not saying it always has to follow a drawing, but it's clearly a road that goes behind the building. It's not just a driveway. I mean, this is a driveway under any kind of definition. Mr. Davidson, are you agreeing with that judgment?
I don't think anywhere it says rear access. I think it says alley access.
But the intention, I mean, we could have just had in the UDC, why isn't there a driveway then between all these buildings? I mean, we're just making this up as we go to try and squeeze as much in here as we can. It's just unfathomable. I don't even know what to ask, but we're literally just making this up. And it's clearly not what is intended in the UDC. And fine, we want to just start from scratch every time, but we are setting a precedent that is scary.
Councilmember Eichelhardt, I think the council had a legitimate question to staff, and staff has given opinion. Your opinion that it's making it up as it goes along may be your opinion, but staff was asked the question of what is the definition of alley, and I believe they gave an honest opinion. Now, I do believe it's appropriate for this council to go back and review what an alley means, perhaps, and further define it. Does it have to be in the rear? Can it be in the side? I think that's making further question. But given that we have a new ordinance and it's the first time it's come up, I think it is not making the ordinance as it goes along. It's an effort to interpret this, and there are different interpretations. And yours is a fair interpretation. Mr. Towns is a fair interpretation. So, further, at this time, the applicant closed with, does the council have any questions for the applicant? So at this time, does the council have any further questions to the applicant? After that, and he sits down, I'm going to open it up for questions for staff, and then statements of council, and then we're going to entertain a motion. So does the council member have any questions, further questions for the applicant? Councilmember Wynn.
On Mr. Arms, so on the cottage court, if we decide to do it, like I said, if you keep it within the maximum and it meets the cottage court definitions as by Mr. Townsend, you have no problems turning that little blank area that you had there again into all of cottage court. So those 3 townhomes would convert, either 2 or 3 of them would convert into a cottage court.
We've expressed an openness to that.
Well, no, I don't want an
earlier.
openness, I want a yes or no.
Well,
Because I'm just gonna let you know that, you know, I hear what the community, regardless of what they think, I actually do hear you. So, I'm asking you, are you willing to do that?
Let me rephrase the question. What is the council's preference on what happens in this block? As I hear, there are 2 options. One option is to what we see on this screen, or keeping it open subject to meeting the cottage court without variances. And I think, as I understand the applicant, he's saying whatever the preference of the council is.
yes.
Oh, well, then say that.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't supposed to say.
Okay, that's, I just want to make sure that I was on the same page with you on that one, Mr. Arms. And again, going back to the conditions, Mr. Townsend and I did go through these conditions, we did look at them, and again, I think most of these will be met. I would say probably 99% of them will be addressed either in the stormwater area or the LDP, or with the arborist about what trees can be saved in tree lines and all that. So I think we're on the same page as the 14 conditions that Mrs. Van Pelt turned in. So I think we're okay with that. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Councilmember DiPolito.
I know Ms. Nguyen just specifically stated that it looks like we're on the same page with those 14 conditions. I guess I'd like to hear from the applicant. Are you in agreement with those 14 conditions?
There were a couple, and they relate to stormwater that we had a problem with, and we really just didn't want to tie our hand. And they relate to primarily the stormwater ponds behind Mrs. Cross's house.
Okay, and what?
And I think those were numbered 4 and 5, if memory serves.
5 and 6.
So you're saying you have reservations about 5 and 6?
Well, we submitted some revised language to Ms. Van Pelt. I think it was just yesterday, and we didn't hear anything back, so we're assuming our response was acceptable to the community at large, but possibly not to Ms. Cross.
What were the changes? Because she has in here a series of swales replacing the retention pond And then, I guess the second one is the series of swales will include additional plantings to manage the stormwater. Did you have an issue with the series of swales?
Councilmember Dipple, my reservation would be ultimately our stormwater people, what they would approve, whether they approve the swales or not. So the neighbors may approve swales, but ultimately stormwater needs to approve this as an engineering measure.
Right, but if the starting point is to have a series of swales and it's just not feasible, and it's better to retain the stormwater pond than it is to have a series of swales that don't work, obviously.
The three ponds that you see in series there at the southeast corner, they show water in them, but we're really just representing that those are stormwater features. We do believe those would be dry, that they would be linked by swales. I've called them micropools in the past, but that's not a technical term. They're more like depressions, dry ponds, if you will, but they're primarily meant for quality, with most of the quantity management being handled by the pond in the southwest corner as well as to the north of the site.
So what you're showing is not necessarily a series of swales, it could be a series of smaller ponds.
Depressions linked by swales.
Okay.
To quantify.
All right, thank you.
If water flowed into that, how deep would it be before it flowed out?
Again, that's more of an engineering question. Our engineer is here and he could possibly answer that, but until we get into the engineering within the LDP process, we won't know the exact answer to that. It might be 3 feet and then it would drain off or
So
percolate.
is it your goal to have it retain as little, make it a water quality feature and retain as little water as possible, but you've got to meet the engineering requirement?
Correct.
Other questions for the applicant? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. We have a site plan in our package, and typically we refer to that site plan. In fact, I believe our resolution refers to the April 29 site plan, which is slightly, your rendering has more detail on it, and I like that level of detail because I think you can really start to understand sidewalk locations, how the buildings relate to one another. This, to me, works better, as I said earlier, than the actual site plan. So is it your request that this is the rendered site plan is the final site plan? In other words, it's the engineered site plan, but the detailing would be included from the rendered plan. If that makes sense.
There is some cleanup that needs to be made specifically on lot number 18 here in the southwest corner, that where this is more accurate. This at this point does control what's going on with the CAD files. As you know, there's a point at which the CAD files will control when you go out to bid and in the LDP process, but the CAD files will mimic this drawing the next step when we go to clean up the CAD file. In fact, we've already started that process with these red lines over to the left-hand corner here, and we've got a similar drawing for the right. So, but yes, the plan that you identified is a more accurate drawing of what we want to build than the CAD file, because it does include that additional level of details. For example, the shared drives on the R4 lot don't even appear on the CAD files. They do appear here.
So the record
intent, if Councilmember Nguyen recommends approval, she could add in that rendering as the intent of the site plan.
For the record, I'd like to get what are we calling this site plan on the overhead? The site plan which you are asking that this council adopt?
We call it the rendered site plan or the colored site plan.
Mr. Davidson, are you comfortable with that identification, or do we need more specific on the record?
I would probably, I think Councilmember Nguyen has said Plan A, Plan B, label them, go ahead and label them, and that way we'll know what we're talking about in the minutes.
So on that document, the one which you're asking this council to look at, why don't you call that Exhibit A or Plan A, or just write on there, right now. So there'll be no confusion in the record.
I think probably Exhibit A would probably be better than Plan A.
We can call it Exhibit A.
That way we're not getting it confused with the plan that's in our packet also.
Put Exhibit A on it and put a date on it. I think there'll be no confusion at that point. Do we have a hard copy of this?
Yes.
Email it to me right now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it.
All right, so the record is going to identify this as rendered site plan Exhibit A.
I'm sure Mr. Arms will give that to Mr. Townsend as soon as, if this passes.
Any other questions for the applicant? You may have a seat, and the question may arise later, but at this time, I'm going to ask the council if they have any further questions for Mr. Townsend and staff. Councilmember Eichelhardt.
I'm going to go back to the definition of alley, because looking at thoroughfare, it says this is from Merriam-Webster, a street open at both ends, a way or place for passage, conditions necessary for passing through. How is a side driveway a thoroughfare? If that's part of the definition of a public or private thoroughfare which affords only secondary means of access to abutting property. That's the alley. It's probably more a question for Mr. Davidson, because it becomes legal. I'll let you out the hook.
Read your definition again.
This is from Merriam-Webster. Well, I'm sure there's all kinds of things you can find. Well, now, this stupid thing. If I could get this pad to work, I would be happy to. And it's not working, but go to Merriam-Webster and look up thoroughfare.
I guess my concern would be a cul-de-sac is maybe is not a thoroughfare, but it's not an alley. I mean, we've got lots of cul-de-sacs that wouldn't qualify as alleys, and if we went that with this strict definition of if it's.
Well, it just seems like
I'm not
oftentimes
sure
we're
what alleys are and
about what things are.
cul-de-sacs.
Well, just when we're not sure what things are, we go to the definition. That's what Mr. Davidson's always told me. And then you look at drawings that say this is what things are supposed to be, and clearly it's not a side driveway. I just think I think it's a legal question that needs to be decided, because we're setting up a major precedent.
Well, at this point in time, Mr. Davidson and Mr. Townsend, the additional information that Councilmember Eichelhardt has given you, do you need more time to discuss that, or do you have an opinion, or has your opinion changed? So let me re-ask the question. Given that additional information, Mr. Townsend, in your opinion, does this shared drive
meet the
definition of an alley?
Secondary access as alley loaded? Yes.
Mr. Davidson, has your opinion changed?
I agree with Mr. Townsend still.
And I think Mr. Eichelhart makes a good argument, but I don't win all my arguments either. I just lost one this morning. Other questions for staff or comments you'd like to make? At this time, comments or questions, and then we're going to call for a motion. This is your opportunity for comments or questions. I see no hands up. I'm going to entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My motion is to approve the site plan and with the following conditions from staff. Number 1, add and rendered site plan Exhibit A on the first one. Add number 5, I'm sorry, I should say approve the site plan and the variance for the 46-foot road. And number 5, that the DRB will review this project with the exception of the RS4 detached houses. And the reason I'm doing that is because DRB does not look at detached houses, but they will look at all of the other aspects of this project. So that would be number 5. And I think that covers it. Unless I'm missing something.
Councilmember DiPolito.
A question about the motion. We had discussion about these conditions that were provided by the neighborhood. And I know a number of them need to be resolved during the land disturbance permit process, but there seems to be agreement between the developer and the neighborhood with respect to the conditions. So can we go ahead and add those conditions?
That would be an amendment to the motion. There is currently a motion.
Well, there's not a second yet, so.
There's not a second yet. And if she doesn't get a second, then there won't be, or she may choose to amend her motion to incorporate your suggestions. And Ms. Nguyen, do you wish to?
I forgot one thing, and I'm very, very sorry about that. Like I said, my medications must be kicking in. There's also that on the site plan and the rendered Exhibit A site plan, units 39 through 46, that the applicant will get with the planning and zoning director to see if that area can be made into a cottage court without any variances and in conformance with the UDC, as approved by planning and zoning director. On Mr. DiPolito's issue, there are some things in here that cannot be enforced, some that can, some that's going to be looked at the LDP. I have no problems. I don't want to add them into as a condition, but I have no problems putting them on record that our transportation, stormwater, and zoning and planning will look at these conditions. But I do not want to put them in as a condition because some of them cannot be enforced and some of them are part of the LDP process. And I do not want to hamstring our professionals of what they can and cannot do during the LDP process.
There's a motion by Councilmember Nguyen. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Diamond. So I will at this time ask if there are any amendments to that motion, because there has been a suggestion that there might be. Does anyone wish to amend the motion? Councilmember DiPolito.
I would like to suggest that we find a way to incorporate the conditions that have been requested by the neighborhood, because these are items that are important to them. And, you know, I know the staff needs to have some latitude. So, has staff had a chance to review these 14 conditions?
We have reviewed most of them, and most of them cannot be enforced at all. I mean,
Well, let's not talk about most. Are there any that you believe that can be made enforceable conditions? Because I don't want to address the ones that you don't believe we can make enforceable. Let's address the ones that you do believe we can make enforceable, and then see if council wishes to make them as conditions.
well, I guess the difficulty is even in between the conditions, there's recommendations that they're requesting things. So it's hard for staff to, I mean, the
Well,
state.
let's not ask staff. Let's see if Councilmember DiPolito has any specific conditions he would like to impose based upon those requests, and then go from there.
I'd like to incorporate the 14 conditions.
Well,
And 14 are unenforceable.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay, I've read over all of them. Just really quick, number 1 and 2 we're already doing. I don't see where we can have our plans reviewed and edited by homeowners. I don't think we've ever done that before. Well, that's what I was trying to do. Okay, number 1 and 2 are met. If it's passes. The 40-foot buffer
Okay, so the 40-foot buffer
is met.
may be maintained along Fouts Springs property line according to the site plan. So that has been met.
That has been met.
Okay,
And the RS4 lots to be single-family abutting 12 stones has been met.
okay.
Number 3 is a sketch to have reviewed by, let's see. See, that homes will feature step-down elevations. I don't know if we can do that because we don't know about the topography. I think that's something that has to be looked at when they do their design, so I don't think number 3 can be enforced.
Well, could we adjust the wording to say to the extent possible?
Who's being the judge of the extent possible?
Well, it has to be worked out with the staff. I mean, it has to be a staff call because it's obviously an engineering question.
Well, the problem I'm having is this, it's the southeast side of the property's design will incorporate the changes in the marked-up sketch, including the RS lots, and I haven't seen that one. So I'm not for sure exactly what because it says dated 4/22, and the one I'm looking at is stamped April 29th, so I don't even know what site plan, so, unless we take out everything and says homes will feature step-down elevations as possible, or as,
You can't write that and make it enforceable.
that's what I'm trying to do. So number 3 really is not enforceable.
Has, Mr. Mayor, may I ask if the developer has seen that sketch and if he has incorporated that into his plan?
Certainly you may ask.
We're fine with, the verbiage of good faith effort, if that's, could be inserted in some of those items,
But
that
it
might
can't be a
be.
condition because we can't enforce good faith. That would have to be a private condition, am I correct, or a private agreement? We cannot enforce good faith. I mean, code enforcement officer go out there, see if he's doing this in good
Yeah.
faith. I mean,
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've demonstrated a willingness to work with the community. We're going to keep doing that because, we're still not approved. I mean, we have to, assuming we're approved tonight, we still have to get approved through the LDP process and the design review board. So we're going to continue working with them. We know that those are their big issues. I don't know what else to say.
Here's where we are, and I think we're going through this the appropriate way, and then we'll see if there's a second. Council member DiPolito has in essence said, I'd like to incorporate all the conditions.
Right.
And Councilmember Nguyen, I'm giving you the opportunity to say why this is not a good idea. And then we'll see, I may ask my attorney if this is a good idea.
Okay.
And then we'll see if there's a second.
Okay, the reason I do not want to incorporate this into the conditions are
When you say this, which condition?
the 1 through 14 conditions as sent by Mrs. Van Pelt, is that some of them have been met, others are really in the LDP process and cannot be enforced. And if we put them in the conditions, we're going to hamstring our professionals of what they can do and cannot do, especially in stormwater. So most of this is in the LDP process. It's like number 7, save the poplar. Well, I don't know if the poplar is going to be saved, or that's an arborist decision. We don't know if it's diseased or healthy or whatever, so I don't see how we can enforce that. So I'm just really feeling that we need to have our staff go through these. I'm saying I don't mind them going through every single one of them and looking at them, but I don't see where they can be enforced.
All right,
And
Mr.
we're
Davidson.
hamstringing our professionals that we pay some money to be able to look at this and say, yes, you can do this, and no, you can't. So, no, sir.
Staff has told us that they don't believe these conditions can be enforced. Councilmember Wynn is concerned about it. Does our great legal mind have an opinion on this?
I think there are a couple that probably could be enforced, but.
Well, let's look at the two that could be.
Well, I don't even know if number 4 is still an issue
Okay,
with the
number-
revised site plan.
Yeah, it's on the southeast side of the development. Additional plantings will be placed along the side of the traffic circle to reduce headlights hitting 12 Stones Homes. Yes, that can be enforced, if that's what the arborist, and we can put in number 4.
All right, so are you adding number 4 to your?
I can add
Well,
number 4.
let me clarify that.
Okay,
Landscaping to the cul-de-sac would probably be in the 40-foot buffer. So if you're leaving it buffer alone in the current vegetation in the buffer undisturbed at this stage,
how about as required by the arborist?
okay.
Additional plantings will be placed alongside that, as required by the arborist.
All right.
Okay? so
Councilmember
number 4.
Diamond, is you okay with that amendment?
Okay, so,
What other one, Mr. Davidson, or other ones do you believe that could be implemented?
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Absolutely.
Occasionally, we have a rezoning where there's, I guess, an off-record agreement between the homeowners and the developer. And is there a way to acknowledge that these conditions are
I would
being
like
worked
to
on between the
address
parties?
that.
Okay.
I am totally opposed to any of those, ever. And as you remember from the Nesbit Lakes subdivision, that came back.
Right.
And that was
Problem.
why I'm totally against those.
Right.
If this developer goes belly up and another developer comes in and there's some agreement between them, we have absolutely nothing to do with private agreements.
So we can't enforce them.
Right.
And my concern is at this stage in the game, trying to put together an agreement when we don't have a consensus in the neighborhood.
I mean, I think it's totally appropriate to instruct staff to take all of these conditions into account and to do everything, and to tell DRB to take all these conditions into account when they're looking at this. And you would like to see these conditions met. However, I would not make it a condition of this. But I think
Well,
it's totally-
but I think that accomplishes the goal if there's a way to have DRB and staff incorporate.
well, why
these.
don't we-
If you can give us language for that, I think that gets.
Can I do this real quick? Okay. Again, I don't think, most of this is not going to be enforceable, and I think I said I had no problems with staff looking at this to see what could and cannot we can do, but if you want language in there that says that all of our staff, transportation, stormwater, planning, any staff needs to look at this, and the DRB will.
Why don't we get Mr.
Look-
Davidson to suggest some language?
Well, I go to DRB now, so I can actually tell them that you would like these to be considered. And then Brad's sitting right here, so he can tell his staff to make sure, and I think we have the other department heads here, so
So
I think we all have copies of these.
So I'm going to stick with my original motion and then not
And the
even put
record
this as a
will
condition.
reflect that we want staff to consider these requests of the neighborhood in making their approval.
Exactly,
DRB.
exactly.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Mr. Dippolito, do you have a motion to amend? Or are you satisfied with the concessions made?
I guess I would like to see more teeth in the requests by the neighborhood, so I'm struggling with how to get there.
Well, at this time, does anyone else have a motion to amend before we get with a discussion? Mr. Dippolito is struggling with his motion to amend, so it's not on the floor. Anyone else wish to? You've heard the motion in a second. Councilmember Orleans.
A couple of things to say. Mr. Arms, I appreciate, all your efforts and what you've done to work with citizens in the city on making adjustments and the adjustments you've made over the time. And I appreciate the residents of 12 Stones trying to work with you and give you input on different items. And the shared driveway is kind of a new concept to us. I think it's a very interesting concept and possibly a good use in certain places. But I don't see it as a public alley or a reason necessarily for smaller lots. I grew up with public alleys, so I know what a public alley is. And I could possibly accept the potential of the RS4 exceptions because it's trying to satisfy the abutting homeowners in getting the buffer, and I understand that. I think that some of these lots, the attached lots, are just way too small. And the project is just not sitting right. And I know we've gone as far as we can on the legal deferrals, but I think if the city and you agree to a deferral, if you are possibly redo your site plan, massage it a little bit more, it might work out and be beneficial. And I don't know if you'd even want to. So my motion would be to offer up a potential deferral for Mr. Arms if he's in agreement, if he wants to try to massage the site plan a little bit more.
Mr. Davidson, is a deferral possible at this time?
I know it used to not be. I'm not sure exactly what the language says now, to be honest with you.
I mean, with agreement, not that we can defer it necessarily.
I don't, whether there's an agreement or not, the question that I have to ask is, can this council defer this issue? Or does, if they defer it, does it have to go back through the planning commission and the whole process?
The wording is the city council has 65 calendar days from the date of the public hearing to approve with conditions, deny, or send the application back to the planning commission for additional consideration. This time period may be extended if both the applicant and the city council agree upon an extension.
And that's the point I was trying to make.
All right, so there is a motion for this council to extend. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Eichelhardt. So the question to the applicant is, the applicant, I can't tell you whether this council, how they're going to vote, but I've got a motion in a second. Is this applicant willing to an extension, agree to an extension?
Mr. Mayor, before we go that far, I'd like to know, I just heard an extension for how long? I did not hear.
Councilmember Orleans, what would be the
I mean, to
extension
May the
day?
27th to June.
Since we are out of the normal time frame, I guess it's more up to Mr. Arms. If he feels there's anything he could do to make adjustments, he may not even want to agree to deferral. He may feel that this is his final deal.
Okay.
As I understand this, it really, from the gist of the neighborhood, there are a lot of smaller issues, but the overall number of houses seem to be the big issue. And so you're saying that you could grant an extension with the expectation of less houses on the lot, or there's something else this applicant might give some guidance, what you're seeking to make this a doable deal?
Well, and I'm one of potential 7, so everybody else can fit in. But yeah, I think the attached homes with 3,000 square foot lots is just way too small. And I think using the shared driveway as the alley access, just, it doesn't fly. So yeah, I think he just needs to look at the overall site. I think the cottage courts are a good concept and a good layout. And like I said, I was willing to go along with the RS4 because that was trying to satisfy the neighbors on getting their buffer in certain areas. So those are just some of my thoughts. And whether he feels there's any potential of what he's looked at and what he's dealt with, or if anybody else on this dais has any other thoughts on it.
There's a motion and a second for deferral. Further discussion on that motion? Councilmember DiPolito.
Well, I hate to be repetitive, but I think the conditions brought forward by the neighborhood are important, and to the extent these can be fine-tuned and cleaned up, and I think the neighbors have a good sense of what they're trying to accomplish here, so maybe they can get a little help from staff as to find out how those can be better worded so that they could be enforceable. I do agree with Councilman Orleans that the density and the size of some of these lots is a concern, and I think we can give enough time to try to work through all that.
Does anyone else wish to express an opinion before I turn to the applicant to see if he's willing to agree to an extension? Mr. Applicant.
Yes,
you
sir.
are now called upon. The statute says that if you agree, this council can extend it. If you do not agree, this council cannot extend it. So you have two choices before this council on this deferral. You can say, I'd like a decision tonight, in which event you'll get a decision from this council, or you can agree to an extension and give you more time with this council. What is your wish?
First of all,
I know your wish would be to get approval tonight, but that's not what they're offering up. They're offering up to say, do you want to agree to an extension or not?
We've drawn a line on 32, lot 32, and right now our lots only go to the buffer. We can extend it all the way to the center line of the creek and get to the minimum lot size. So, I mean, I think we're talking about a technicality. The lot widths on the R4 lot, same thing. Those lots can extend all the way back to the creek. It's not about lot size. It's about the rhythm and scale of the homes, and it's about the separation between the homes. If you've ever seen a cottage development with too much space between them, it's obvious. And we're not just trying to get all we can on this property. We're trying to create a transition from our neighbors to the neighborhood, to our neighborhood, and then all the way to the north of the drive. So we could go away and come back with lots that meet the standard, but we can accomplish that with what is in front of you, as lot number 32 identifies. So, I mean, we'll just come back with lines. I really don't think this property, I don't think that's going to make the neighborhood happy. I really don't. Well, if it makes you happy, that's another thing, but.
I'm not expressing an opinion. You've got to, your call tonight is Councilman Orleans has moved for deferral. There is a second. You can agree, you can ask for a decision tonight, or you can agree to a deferral, and that is your choice.
We don't have an agreement with the neighbors, with the property owners, and they've already been very patient with us. I really don't think, I don't see what it's going to accomplish. I'd almost rather request.
It is your call.
A variance on the lot size if that's required, if that's acceptable.
There are differences of opinion as to whether or not you need a variance. I'm not sure that'll make any difference in the council's final decision. The question for you at this moment is if you do not agree to a extension, then we're not going to vote on the extension because that's not an option. I know it's a tough call. It's your call, though, not mine.
Mr. Mayor, if the end result is just going to be redrawing some lines, then withdraw my second on that motion. There's no point.
Mr. Mayor?
At this point in time, there is a motion. The second has been withdrawn. Is there a second to Councilman Orland's motion?
Second.
Councilmember DiPolito is seconding that motion. So there's still, the motion is still stands. So,
Mr. Mayor?
yes, Councilmember Wynn.
Is there a possibility to take maybe a 10-minute break to have Mr. Arms?
We're taking a 10-minute break.
To talk to Mr. Townsend, please?
when we left, when we took the break, there was a unresolved question, I believe, about the motion to defer. And the question was put to the applicant as whether they wish to agree to an extension or not. Is Ms. Nguyen or the applicant ready to make any announcements of any progress that were made over the break?
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Arms.
Can I address the 14 items first before I agree to that? Or
Certainly.
We have gone back and forth on the 14 items, and the last communication was yesterday with my comments in all caps. I don't have a copy of that with me, but if we can agree to incorporate that in there with a good faith effort to have the Design Review Board review that document and make decisions based on that revised agreement, I mean, we don't have a problem agreeing to that. I mean, we assumed we were going to sign it and agree to it with the community. So if you reference it as such, you know, hopefully that'll, with the combination of just showing how those lots could become the minimums, hopefully that might make the deferral request go away.
So do you wish to move forward with this decision tonight and not defer it?
I really would.
All right, then I think the agreement to agree to the extension is off the table, as I understand it. So we're back to do we need to revise the motion?
Yes, sir.
Let's restate the motion from ground zero.
Oh, God bless you. You would make me do that. Okay, approval of the site plan and the rendered site plan marked Exhibit A. And I want to add that to the number 1 of the following conditions of staff. Also add condition that the DRB will review the project with the exception of the RS4 detached homes, since that is not in their purview. Number 6 would be that the planning and zoning director will look at the cottage court and, I'm sorry, the numbers I had.
39 to 46.
39 to 46 to see if that can be cottage court meeting the UDC requirements, plus not go over the maximum number of units. And number 7, I hate to do this, but I will, that the 14 items that was relayed by Mrs. Van Pelt be addressed by the DRB and any of the staff members, as if any of them can be enforced and incorporated into the land disturbance permit process.
There's a motion by Councilmember Nguyen. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Diamond. So now we're open to discussion or questions regarding this motion. And we'll hear from anybody who wishes. Councilmember Eichelhardt.
Believe it or not, I actually do appreciate Mr. Arm's efforts to work with the neighborhood and make a lot of changes, and I think you're headed in the right direction, so I think that's very good. And I think in the end, things could work out. There are a lot of things that could actually work out well, but nothing on you specifically, but I have, as I've said, serious concerns about our process, that we are created this UDC that opened up so many things that are so far beyond what we used to allow. And now we're basically going to say, well, don't worry about that as your starting point. Just kind of make it up and go from there. And if we can get more in there than really should be, that's okay too. So I'm, a site plan that's not totally done and, may or may not meet all the requirements, but certainly going to have very small lot elements. I just think it's a mistake, particularly when it's not on. There are places in Roswell where it probably makes sense to have some of these, and that's why we created those things in the UDC. But we did say in many of the discussions we had, people up here said, well, we don't want to just put this anywhere. It's going to be in targeted places where it matters, and this is not one of those. I just think this is wrong from how we're doing it and what the ultimate result will be.
Anyone else wish to comment before we take a vote? Councilmember Price.
Having followed this very carefully from the beginning, I have been impressed with the tendency in the correct direction. However, I just sort of feel like it can't make the transition that's necessary. You know, the RS-12 abutting RS-4, and I know that was some intent by staff to create cottage courts, but it looks like we're not even for sure going to get that. So all it ends up, it looks like it would be, you know, duplexes and a dubious buffer. So I just don't think we're going to be there, even with tweaking this application another time. So with the current motion, I just can't support that. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to comment? Councilmember Diamond.
I think this is one of those projects that we knew was coming and we didn't know how it was going to go until we got there. And it is, the conversation was the mention was made of protocol, and there is a protocol, but there's no way to prescribe everything that can happen. And when you're dealing with topo and streams and neighbors and all the factors involved, you're going to have to make allowances in different spots. I do think that, you know, this was one of the AG Fulton County properties that we didn't have a zoning on, and it is a transitional property, and we're actually downzoning part of the civic property and making that residential, so you're actually getting a less intense use. I mean, the church could build a youth building on that line, and that would be a totally different use. I think there's a real opportunity here for a transition between Holcomb Bridge and the single family, and I think that it's a common misconception that bigger makes more value. And when you build, you know, a project like this, you're going to have to make those small homes pretty darn nice to get the price that you want to get to make this project worthwhile. And as somebody who just downsized considerably, and my house is 7 feet from the house next to me on one side and 10 feet on the other side, and you can't get in my neighborhood. People are driving through all the time trying to be there. I drove through the neighborhood I grew up in, right behind the old junior varsity yesterday, and those houses are right next to each other, and you can't get one. They are cute, they are close, they are a neighborhood, they are a cohesive network. And I think that, you know, we have not thought that way in the suburbs. And I have seen big, cheap houses put up that don't do anything for you in the long run, but high-end, smaller can. And when you're inviting people to come and live in your area, I think when you encourage empty nesters, and I know there's some discussion about townhomes and empty nesters, but I can tell you they're selling them like hotcakes over here. There is that opportunity for people who don't travel in the rush peak hours. They don't have kids. They're not trucking back and forth at all the times. And having been one of those frequent travelers on Fouts Road, I mean, when we had the conversation about adding the other entrance to the park, I thought that would be a huge benefit. And I said, you know, all the traffic on Fouts will have an alternative to get out onto Holcomb Bridge or Eves Road. And what I heard from the neighbors was, no, it's not a problem now. And now apparently it is a problem. So I really feel like this is an opportunity. I don't have a relationship with this developer. Consequently, I don't know what the inference was about that. It wasn't me. I haven't talked to anybody about how I vote, hadn't decided till I got up here. But I think this is an opportunity, and I think we're going to be disappointed potentially in what comes if we don't take this one. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to comment? Councilmember DiPolito.
This is a tough one, and yeah, the density is a little higher than I probably would have preferred, but I like the scale of the houses. I like the layout of the community. I think Councilmember Diamond said we have an opportunity here, and I think we do, because it's different, and I think that's what makes it so hard, is that it's so unusual. We aren't used to having developers be this creative, which creates challenges because you're doing things that are unusual and they don't fit in the box. They're outside the box, and I respect that. I think that's there's a lot of effort there. Is it perfect? No. I think there are, like I said, if we could lose a few houses, I'd probably be happier, but I understand it's expensive to make things like this work. I really like the fact that we included the additional conditions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because those are important to the neighbors, and I think it's important to include those. And I'd say based on what Mr. Arms has done so far, I fully expect him to do everything he can to make that work. And I know Mr. Davidson will be in those DRB meetings and will be very aware of that since with all the discussion we've had. So it is a challenging one. I do think it is unusual, but it is unique, and I kind of feel like this is trying to be the Mill Village, which everybody loves, and if we can incorporate that and make that, recreate that feel on this piece of property, I think you'll do something really special. So have high expectations, and I think I'm still cautious, but I think I'm okay.
Anyone else wish to comment before we take a vote? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. That's Councilmember Diamond, DiPolito, and Wynn. All opposed? Orleans, Price, and Eichelhardt. If this property was on the south side of 12 Stones, I would be voting with the folks on the right. Given that its proximity to Holcomb Bridge Road and the transitional use, I'm going to be voting with the folks on my left in favor of this zoning, so it passes 4-3. Next item, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item, actually, Mr. Mayor, the next two items go hand in hand, and this is the Kia dealership, number 11 and 12, and they are asking for a deferral until June they're not asking for a
May
deferral?
27th.
May 27th? Mr. Mayor, I do have a problem putting this on May 27th because that is the second reading of the budget. I would prefer that it goes on June the 8th unless there is some extenuating circumstances why they want it on May the 27th. But if that's going to be our second reading of the budget, I would...
Is the applicant present? No. You may, is your motion to put it on what date?
I was going to put it on June the 8th.
Staff, does that create a problem to put it on June 8th?
No.
So is your motion to put it on June 8th?
Yes, sir, it is.
Motion to defer to June 8th by Councilmember Wynn. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Diamond. Does anyone in the audience have come to discuss this matter? Any public comment? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion to defer to June 8th? Raise their hands. That is Councilman Orleans, Wynn, DiPolito, and Diamond. All opposed? Councilmember Price. Councilmember Eichelhardt is absent. Oh, you're in the affirmative voting to defer? Yes. So that is unanimous. Councilmember Eichelhardt is absent. So that's 5 votes in favor of deferral. It is deferred. Next item, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item is acceptance of the East-West Alley Master Plan approval of the Phase 1 implementation plan. And since Ms. Wakefield is not here, is it going to be Mr. Townsend or Ms. Courtney Langford? But I would like to say something real quick, if I could. Mr. Mayor, this is Courtney's last time with us. She's leaving us on the 13th, so I just want to say, job well done, and you're going to be very, very missed. You did an excellent job for us, and we really appreciate it. So, Mr. Townsend.
Thank you. This is the acceptance of the East-West Alley Master Plan, also approval of the Phase 1 implementation. I'm just going to go through a couple of slides. This is the alley in Greenville, South Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina. These were the inspirational locations that when the tour went to that and council went to those locations of where we went. This is the backup material that you were included for all of the East-West Valley implementations. This is the generalized location map, the East-West Alley. We did include some review of Canton Street, Wedge Street, Elizabeth Way, and then it boiled down to trying to implement on the East Alley. This is all the details within the East Alley location and the details related to how they wanted the improvements to take place. This is the Phase 1 implementation location showing where we'll deal with stormwater issues, controlling the pavers and locations. As we indicate, we have the optional items dealing with the overhead utilities as well as the overhead string lights in those locations. The poles, this is a representation of the poles, the power lines being removed. Another location, the power lines being removed. Staff would recommend acceptance of the East-West Alley Master Plan and final report and the approval of the Phase 1 implementation plan. If you have any questions. And I want to thank Courtney for all the work she did too.
Now, this would be in conjunction with the budget, $800,000 to implement this.
That is part of the Phase 1, correct. That is the, I guess, placeholder that you would then have to authorize.
I guess my question is this: there's been a discussion of the burying the utilities. Is that going to bump it to $1 million?
We do not know that until we get the estimate back, and once we get that estimate back, we will bring that.
What is your estimate of what the budget, what it might be with the utilities buried?
Courtney?
Sessions, we had originally opposed $435,000 to bury all of the utilities. That is just a rough estimate. We are looking at getting binding estimates from all 3 utility companies, as well as an estimate from Mir Electric to bury the connections. As Brad said, that number may vary, but we did originally estimate $435,000. $155,000 of which is currently in the $800,000 budget.
But the bigger question is that we currently have $800,000 in the budget. Do we have an estimate, if we bury the utilities, what the overall cost might be?
We won't have that till we receive the binding estimates from
So,
the
but we
utility
think it's going to be more than 800.
Yes, it'll definitely be more than 800 because that only includes $155,000.
Okay, but we don't know how much more. Good enough. We'll have to address that later.
Chair.
Councilman Orleans.
I think you're bringing up the budget question, and I think it's something that needs to be discussed at the work session on the budget of allowing that money in there. But when this got started, Hisham was starting to build spend his own money to build a plaza in the back of his restaurant. And then we kind of put a hold on that and indicated we needed to get a master plan together. But we never said we were going to pay for it all. And I think he was motivated to do it with his money or good part of it. And I think we should have a sharing of the cost on this with the property owners. And I think that should be a discussion that we have at the work session perhaps, or change the wording in there so that in the future it is looked at as a sharing, so that people aren't thinking we are just paying 100% for everything that goes in there to improve the properties. We don't even have ownership on some of this stuff, which I know was mentioned by Councilman DiPolito in a conversation we had. So I think we need to have a total discussion on the cost of this whole thing and how it could be possibly shared without us just providing it off for everybody.
But tonight we're approving the plan. And are we approving any budget items tonight?
No.
Just the plan? All right. Thank you. Councilmember Price.
Yeah, I'm excited about the concepts and the plan. There's some elements that I, not in favor of, for instance, bearing the utilities. I think that's a long run for a short slide. But as far as the agenda item report, all those things that are listed there, the permeable pavers, the paver sidewalks, stormwater planters, new trees and landscaping, removable bollards, street lighting, commercial trash compactor, and parking lot restriping are all reasonable things to move forward with, and I think we've spent a lot of time on this, and those things are all things that we can all get behind, and some of the larger ticket items that will be more impact in the budget probably bear some future discussion. So as far as what we need tonight, I'm all for it.
Do we have a motion? Yes, Councilman DiPolito.
Comment on the plan itself. We are showing new landscaping in the existing granite planter, and at the work session, I think I had suggested we need to make that at least a double row of hedges or consistent with the UDC, whatever that would be. So, and my goal is that if we're going to be building or reworking a parking lot, we should follow the UDC guidelines.
You're on Appendix B? Is that what you're looking at?
I'm looking at the site plan.
Which page?
I don't know. It's whatever the site plan is that's in our packet.
May 4th, 2015.
It just looks like there's a single row of hedges. It doesn't exactly say what it is. But as long as we're following our guidelines for the parking area, which we may not be on the north side either, looks like. So
okay.
We just need to provide appropriate screening. And I just want to reiterate some of the comments earlier. This project did start off as a planning exercise. There was never any commitment on behalf of the city to fund any of this. And I do support funding some of it, but I think there needs to be a public-private partnership and would like to see some private participation as we move some of this forward. But I do think it's worthwhile. I think bearing the utilities will have a very significant impact. So I'm excited that we think we can get some of those costs down and get that incorporated into the overall project.
Councilmember Diamond.
Brad, am I correct that we would have to make that decision on the bearing utilities first, would we not? Because we wouldn't want to dig up pavers later on.
Correct. We wouldn't go ahead with the other types of improvements unless we know whether the lines are definitely going underground or staying above.
Okay, so we'll
So as soon as we get a binding estimate and know where the other utilities are, it'll be back to you at committee for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, but I'd like to add two things to the resolution, if I may, and I did run these, Mr. Townsend, Ms. Langford, and Mr. Davidson have looked at them. In fact, I think Courtney wrote them. One is to add about the utilities. The decision regarding the underground utilities in the Phase 1 implementation plan will not be made by Mayor and Council, City Council, until the City of Roswell receives the binding estimates from all utility companies. The second one is the string of lights. That's also an optional add-on. If Mayor and City Council elect to include the additional add-on of overhead string lights, a written approval is obtained from all affected property owners before installation. And the reason is that while the majority of the improvements are proposed occur on city property, there's some that's on private property, and we really need to have some type of agreements before we start hooking things up to private property. So I would like to add those two in, and they're written right here if you need them, so I would like to add those two to the resolution, please.
We have a motion by Councilmember Wynn. Is there a second? Question by Councilmember DiPolito.
Sorry, I didn't mention this earlier, but on the utilities, it says we will not, what's the phrasing? Will not make a decision until to receive the binding estimates, but we could run into a situation where we kind of know what the amount is and we want to get going, but we don't have a binding.
You can always overrule this decision with another council vote.
Well, we can say receives the problem with not saying binding, because I think we ran into that with Oak Street.
This is a resolution, folks.
Right.
Let's not beat it to
Resolution,
death.
so we can
It is a
solve it.
resolution.
Okay.
Yes, resolution. I'm just,
Just want to make sure we're not tying our own hands.
no.
One more resolution, we can untie those
Thank
hands.
you. I will second the motion.
Motion and a second to approve the East-West Alley Master Plan with some comments. Is there any further discussion? Anyone in the audience have any comments? Yes, come forward, please.
Shannon Schneider, I'm the owner of Synergy Fine Art on Webb Street. I've been involved in this process for, I guess, about 19 months now, and I want to thank Courtney for all her hard work. She's done a great job. And I'm very happy to see that we're poised to kind of like get off the mark with this project. I'm very happy that we're looking at the potential acceptance of the overall plan. I think it's obviously important that we start with East Alley. It's the logical piece. It's the part that's kind of easy for us to wrap our arms around. Obviously, being a Webb Street business owner, I know that we can't really get to West Alley or Webb Street without starting and completing East Alley, so I'm very happy to see that starting. However, I want to make sure that everyone understands that those of us that are on the other side of Canton Street, we have been very patient with looking for some very basic amenities. East Alley is getting a lot of bells and whistles, which are going to be great. They're all going to help us as business owners. But on Webb Street, we're looking for some basic things like sidewalks and lighting, things that are really big safety issues right now. East Alley is going to be a great pedestrian-friendly, well-lit perk to Canton Street, but Webb Street is looking for some really basic things like a sidewalk and some lighting to make that area not just adjacent to Canton Street a draw for people to come down there, but it's really a safety issue. We've got parking there, we've got valets running cars up and down that street. There is no easy way for people to walk down there to go to the Mimosa Extension back where their cars are parked and to the new condos that are down on Webb. So again, it's great that we're doing East Alley, but I'd like to see us rather quickly turn our sights to just some basic things that we need on Webb Street. Obviously, West Alley is going to be a much tougher row to hoe. We've got topography issues there that are going to make it a much more difficult thing to do what we're doing in East Alley. But I would like to see Webb Street kind of pulled away a little bit, peeled off if we can in another phase from what we might want to do with West Alley, because I think there's things that we can do on Webb Street. I know we have a right-of-way issue with the Canton Antique Market corner, but I would really like to see the city be a little bit more proactive and maybe a little more assertive with bringing to some of those property owners suggestions for how we can address that right-of-way issue so that we can get at least some basic things like a sidewalk and some lighting on Webb Street. And again, I think the whole idea of partnerships with the property owners, that's been discussed all along. I think there are many, many business owners along here that are more than willing to have those financial partnerships with the city. We need to just have that dialogue and those discussions. I certainly know that the person that I lease from, would be more than willing to embrace that. But for some of those property owners, the city, they're going to look to the city to bring them the plan, to say, these are some things we'd like to see done. What can we do? I bet the owner of the Canton Antique Market would be more than happy to see a lovely sidewalk there adjoining their property if they knew that the city and them could come to an agreement. So anyway, I'm happy with where we're going. Thank you for your time. It's a very late night.
Speak from the audience. Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
Okay, the next order of business is the approval of an ordinance for text amendments to the UDCs. This is the second reading being presented by Mr. Townsend.
This is the second reading for cleanup to the Unified Development Code. The spreadsheet given to you provided the red indicated changes at first reading, the blue indicated the changes that were identified at second reading. The one that was called out by Councilmember Price is actually number 19. We did clarify that language related to the parking. Dealing with the vehicle parking spaces are required per dwelling units per section 10(1)(3)(b). That is the table that goes with the multifamily section, dealing with the parking, dealing with the residential uses. So these are the recommended changes. As mentioned at first reading, a majority of these changes represent the changes in the soil erosion section of the UDC, identified that the city engineer requested dealing with that section of the code. If you have any questions.
Does the council have any questions? Mr. Davidson, would you read the ordinance?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following. The Unified Development Code adopted February 24, 2014 is hereby amended as set out in Exhibit A attached hereto and made part herein as though fully set out. And if approved, this will be the second reading.
Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Wynn. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Orleans. Does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
Okay, moving right along. Approval of an amendment to the UDC, Section 11.6.4, Development Impact Fee Computation. This is the first reading. This item was deferred at the April 13th Mayor and Council meeting, and it's Mr. Lee. Good morning, Mr. Lee. It's almost morning.
It's almost morning. Let's hold out an hour and we'll be there. Good evening, Mayor and Council. What we have before you tonight is the...
Don't use that word west. Just call it the elementary school on, the new elementary school on Highway 9. You're not there yet?
No, we're not there yet.
I don't want to hear that.
Okay, I'm going to talk about impact fees. We'll be all right. So what I have before you tonight is the impact fee ordinance, and specifically the plan that we are presenting is what we called option C, and it's on the screen before you. So you'll see the tiers for our residential unit, industrial, commercial, office, what the rates would be per unit, and for the non-residential per 1,000 square feet, and then what the current fees are. Additionally, this would be based on our existing CIP and the projects that we have in place. So based on our growth and our CIP is how we come to these numbers.
Does the council have any questions for staff? Councilmember DiPolito.
Mr. Lee, I know I've asked this question at each of our meetings, but the current fee for the commercial is based on a supermarket. It's actually not based on a typical shopping center. And I wonder if you have looked at that current fee as being representative of an average fee. Because I've looked at the chart, and if you look at typical retail shopping center, the number is closer to 1,500, I believe. So it's significantly less than that, which means that we're doubling the impact fees for industrial. We'll be doubling them for commercial, close to doubling them for office, and doubling them residential. So I guess across the board, with this presentation, we're effectively doubling. And I guess I have concerns about that in an environment where development's not quite back yet, and we're still trying to encourage people to invest in our community. So I think there's a little bit of a different story with the residential market that's really thriving, and apparently we've talked to some residential developers who don't seem to have a concern about it. I personally, I hate to start putting the brakes on when we're just starting to see some activity. So I do have concerns about that. So that was more of a comment, but my question was, had you looked at that commercial current fee and really taken a look at what a typical retail would be?
We did look at what our various categories are, and it does come back to, when you look at across the board, the average is somewhere around $3,000 for all the various categories, depending on which category you're in. I think there's a very, in terms of that, we may be comparing apples and oranges. This particular approach goes absolutely back to what we anticipate to fund in the CIP from growth. So this fee really is based on what we say we're going to pay for from impact fees. So in the past, we had a set of money, and we set all of these categories, and here's the money we're going to make. In this particular scenario, we said, here's our growth, here's our projects, here's the cost of those projects. And so we said, here's how we're going to pay for those projects. So that's how these particular fees are set. If we wanted to adjust the fees, we would adjust how much we are funding in the CIP from impact fees. Does that make sense?
It does. And I guess I still also have concerns about commercial being limited to just one category. We have 7 or 8 categories for residential, and we're just dealing with different sizes of houses. Commercial, you have such a broad variety of uses. Some are destination oriented, some are not, some are high traffic, some are low traffic. I mean, there's just such a broad range. And I've heard the consultant talk about the methodology. I'm not quite bought into that yet. And is there a kind of an in-between methodology that does a broader range of commercial? Because there is such a huge range.
I think for part of the commercial, it would be, do we have destination commercial? And I think when the consultant looked at it, we don't necessarily have a lot of destination commercial. So a lot of our commercial is pass-by traffic, if you will, people on trips from their homes to their workplace. So from his particular opinion is it isn't varied to the extent that we would like for it to be varied. If we had a destination commercial, then maybe we would, but at present, it's not the type of commercial development that we see.
Well, I think we actually have a little bit of both. I agree with the majority of things along Highway 92 and Highway 9 are drive-by, but there are scattered within their various shopping centers that are destination-oriented, especially the ones that are clothing-oriented, household supplies, things like that, where people specifically are going there to go shopping. Grocery stores, you could argue both ways. People like to stop on their way home. But at the same time, there's people going there all day long who are going there specifically to do their grocery shopping. So
I do think some of that is taken into account in this methodology. It isn't all considered pass-by traffic. I just think in this particular model, we've incorporated that pass-by traffic as part of the methodology. So like a Zaxby's, if you will, has both destination stops as well as pass-by stops in its calculation for its impact on transportation. And I go to that because the transportation is the piece that takes up most of the money, as you can see.
Right. So there has not been any thought to expand the commercial category?
No, I don't think so. I think we become fairly comfortable with the idea of being generally right with the commercial rather than specifically wrong if we were to be challenged. I think that's sort of our motto in this particular instance.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Mr. Davidson, would you read the ordinance?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Table 11.6.4 Development Impact Fee computation contained in Article 11 Streets and Public Improvements of the Unified Development Code. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell pursuant to their authority do hereby adopt the following amendment. The table in section 11.6.4 development impact fee computation is hereby removed in its entirety and replaced with Exhibit A, which is attached here to and incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this be the first reading.
Do we have a motion to adopt the first reading?
Motion to adopt the first reading on the developmental fees.
Motion by Councilmember Wynn to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Orleans. Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. First reading passes by 5 votes. Councilmember Eichelhardt absent.
And
Mr. Mayor, I did not vote in support.
Oh, I apologize. Let me call that again. All those in favor, raise your hands. Councilmember Diamond, Wynn, Orleans in favor, and Price in favor. That's 4 votes in favor, all opposed. Councilmember DePolito passes 4-1. Councilmember Eichelhardt absent. I apologize for not catching that.
Okay, first, this is my last time, I'm going to do this just for you, Mayor. Approval to initiate a rezoning for the new elementary school site. Mr. Townsend.
We are proposing to identify the new elementary school on Alpharetta Highway as civic, also to clean up the realignment of the roads. This will be followed by a combination plat that will combine the parcels that was purchased by the school and realign the 2 roads, Thomas and Charles Place. Staff would recommend approval of the initiation.
Does the council have any questions for Mr. Townsend? Councilmember DePolito.
Thank you. The proposed zoning that shows the SH parcel to the, not sure whether that's south or west, to the side of Thomas Drive, is that going to be owned by the school?
I believe as part of the realignment for Thomas Drive, we are abandoning the right-of-way to the school board. Yes.
So they will own it and probably sell it at some point, or
Yes.
use it for,
There will, as part of their development, the new little dentist office that was built on the corner has access to Thomas Drive. You okay, David? Okay. So that dentist will still have to have an access through that parcel to Thomas Drive. We don't want to eliminate their access to the location.
so they're just going to work that out with the
They're going to
school?
work that out with that owner, correct?
Okay, and the other SH parcel, so that's currently owned by the school?
Yes.
They're creating a shop front?
Shop front UDC designation. It has some environmental issues with it that that's why they want to do a division plat to identify that and identify it with its current environmental issues, and then probably, depending on what they do with it in the future, may clean it up, may sell it, may develop it as offices. I mean, that's going to be within the school board's jurisdiction.
Okay, but, so they're essentially developing to the edge of that property line, and then
Right.
the rest is future.
Correct.
Future something. Okay, thank you.
Did we ever work anything out with the school about a trail along the creek?
Oh, yeah.
So what did we work out?
I will be in discussions with transportation when they made those agreements to make sure it's on the combination plat when that comes through the process.
And I assume that'll go on both the civic track and the shop front track?
I believe so, yes.
Let's insist upon it.
Is he giving you the thumbs up back there?
He's giving me the thumbs up, but I know Councilman DePolito is a big trails guy, and we want to insist upon it.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve, to initiate the rezoning for the new elementary school site.
Motion by Councilmember Wynn to initiate rezoning. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember DePolito. Anyone in the audience have any questions? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. That's Councilmember DiPolito. That is unanimous. At this time, we'll call Transportation Department Liaison Councilmember Nancy Diamond to call item number 17 and the 2 items off the consent agenda.
In that order? Okay. Thank you, sir. The first item is approval of a resolution of support for improved bicycle pedestrian facilities at the proposed interchanges at I-285 and Georgia 400 in Sandy Springs, which is a little bit of a misnomer, but yep. Mr. Eisenbrack is here to just explain.
Good evening, Councilmember Diamond, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. This is a resolution in support generally of bicycle and pedestrian connections for a $1 billion intersection improvement at Georgia 400 and I-285. The relationship to the city of Roswell is that A, we are a bicycle-friendly, pedestrian-friendly community. We support these things broadly. We want to support our sister city in their efforts to improve this intersection, and also it has direct implications for our city because of projects that we have in the works, such as the bike ped bridge over the Chattahoochee River, future access down to, say, the Beltline, MARTA stations, and those sorts of things. So it has an indirect impact on the city of Roswell, and we are hopeful to support those types, not specifically what they're going to do, but broadly for including those elements in the design and construction.
Does the council have any questions for Mr. Eisenbrock? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. Mr. Eisenbrack, I think this is a great idea. I love the idea of supporting this. I'm glad we expanded it to get all the way to the Beltline. I love that concept. I see we have in here MARTA stations, connections to MARTA stations. Have we had any discussions with MARTA about potential bicycle connections as they're talking about their north-south expansion?
Just at a very high level, just the concept of multimodal access is on their radar screen. It's extremely premature. We're still really far away, but I think they get that we will insist on at least consideration of those elements.
Yeah, I think it's important to just keep it on their radar screen.
Yes, sir.
So let's keep mentioning it in those meetings to keep it in the forefront.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Price.
Yes, is this an internal document, or is this to be submitted to somebody?
It is to be sent to GDOT, isn't it?
Right.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Diamond. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Wynn. Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? Councilmember Price.
Yes, when this first came up, as you know, recall that I was a little concerned that we were meddling in an adjacent municipality's jurisdiction, and asked for this to be sent back to make sure that they were aware that we were making this resolution, and then when it came back, there was still no mention of our adjacent municipality, which is Sandy Springs. So I had a conversation with the mayor of Sandy Springs, and as a matter of protocol, he was a little concerned. On the other hand, flip side, since their city has actually put $1 million into this project, he was fine with it. But as a matter of protocol, I think we should be interfering in a neighboring municipality.
As a matter of protocol, before this was brought to the council work session, I spoke directly with Rusty Paul, who, to my knowledge, was and still is mayor of Sandy Springs. And as a matter of protocol, when dealing with other cities, it is generally expected to be mayor-to-mayor conversation, which did take place, not council member to mayor or the mayor to council member. So we followed the protocol precisely. So
May I reply?
certainly you may reply.
Okay, well, I've known Rusty for years, and I don't feel like I can be muzzled to not have a conversation with him. But I believe he misunderstood the conversation and thought you were talking about the pedestrian bridge. So this was a new issue to him. So I think there was a little misunderstanding there, but I think I have cleared the way that he will not be annoyed with you.
I'm so thankful that Mayor Rusty Paul is not offended by my, or perhaps confused, but I was not confused when I spoke with him, nor did I feel that he misunderstood my request. But as mayors are often busy, perhaps he forgot our conversation. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Next item is number 3, approval of a resolution to apply for a transportation investment generating economic recovery grant for the Historic Gateway Project. Mr. Eisenberg.
The grant, we're requesting that the mayor and city council pass a resolution allowing the staff to apply for this nationally recognized Tiger grant. If approved, it would provide up to $15 million for the construction of our Historic Gateway project, which, as you know, is extremely important to the city for eliminating the reversible lanes, repairing, improving intersections, pedestrian mobility, as we hear often from some of our citizens, and also improving intersections and a number of other issues along the historic corridor, as well as economic vitality. So this is would still require a local match of 20%. As we talked about at the committee meeting, we cannot use our previously allocated monies for the design to substitute for that match. However, it doesn't necessarily have to come from the city, so we could go after a grant. There's a number of other financial alternatives to us for that match. It would be a wonderful development if the city, we believe that the project will be very competitive on a national basis. Hard to say that there's a lot of competition for these grants.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Sorry.
Do we have a motion?
Yes, sir. Move to approve.
Do we have a second? Motion by Councilmember Diamond, second by Councilmember DiPolito. Any questions for Mr. Eisenbrock? Councilmember Price.
So previously, the plans for funding this did or did not include this grant?
Did not.
And in taking these two agenda items together, it looks like in order to submit a request for this grant, we would be expending $35,000 to increase our chances of success from 6% to 30%. I mean, as a potentially gambling person, I don't know that that's
well, the
great
difference
odds.
the difference between this gamble and other gambles is this furthers not only the chance that if we are not successful in this, the ticket is still good for the next lottery.
Correct.
And the next lottery, and the next lottery. It's my experience that funding for transportation is sort of like advertising. You have to be in it for the long run. You have to continue to make your efforts. And although I believe that there is no guarantee that we will get funding through this Tiger grant, there was no guarantee when we began the design for this. But we recognize the need and in the inevitability of that we need to get this done, and that eventually we'll find a grant because we can't afford it on our own.
We're
So
in
I
the
think
tip.
it's-
We're competitive.
I think it's a wise expenditure because I think it moves us forward and it's an investment in getting a grant. Councilmember Diamond.
And I think it's important to mention, without putting words in Steve's mouth, that the criteria for this grant has changed, and this project is now closely enough aligned with their objectives that it makes sense this time, where it, you know, in previous years, even last year, we talked about this and we just didn't feel like it would pay off and would be a good fit, but it's just so, we're so exactly what they're looking for this year, it just seems like we would be missing a real opportunity if we didn't try.
Any additional questions for Mr. Asenbrock? Councilmember Price.
I guess my question is, if we've already got somebody designing it, I don't see the differential in $35,000 for them to apply for the grant. Does it really take $35,000 to apply for a grant?
It's a pretty complicated application form, and staff has absolutely no experience in this, so it would take a lot of staff time to research how to do this, whereas Parsons already has a track record of doing these types of grants. Having been in a federal position before, I can tell you that there is advantages to knowing the ins and outs of having to do these sorts of things. I think $35,000 for what that we're doing is very reasonable, actually, for the amount of staff time that they're going to be investing in it. So I think if we're going to go after it, the $35,000 is a good way to make a really good run at this grant.
Councilmember Diamond.
Yes, and when I look at the nonprofits in our area, just locally, and what they spend in staff time and outside people, even in a lot of cases, to just apply for a fraction of that from Fulton County, it really is amazing. It's just a really complicated process anytime you deal with governmental grants, and I can only imagine the federal one. Fulton County just about did me in.
Any other questions for Mr. Asenbrock? Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further, do we have a motion?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a motion?
I think so. Yeah, we do. Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. All in favor, that would be Councilman Orleans, Price, Wynn, DiPolito, and Diamond.
Thank you.
That's unanimous with the except for Councilmember Eichelhart, who is absent.
And this is the companion piece that goes with it. Approval for a mayor and/or city administrator to sign a change order with Parsons Brinkerhoff for the design contract for the Historic Gateway project in the amount of $35,000. Can I go ahead and move to approve?
We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Diamond, a second by Councilmember DiPolito. Any comments or questions from council? Further discussion by council? Anybody in the audience have any comments? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. That's Councilmember Orleans, Price, Wynn, DiPolito, and Diamond. That is unanimous with the exception of Councilmember Eichelhart, who is absent. Kay Love has advised me that it's not necessary to have closure tonight, that the items can wait. So we are adjourned. Thank you for your diligence.